go live. Let's post this to X. Let's drop it on the Discord, and it doesn't make the Twitch link clickable. Okay, and let me pull up Telegram as well. Boom. I got a notification of my own that I'm going live, so it works. Let's see, I can close this. Bring up the secondary monitor here. Boom. That is live. Okay, let's click this away. Hi Mate, welcome to the chat, to the stream. Okay, so a few things in the Discord today. It seems like today is a bit more difficult from some of the things that I've seen you guys post. I haven't seen any spoilers, but yeah, it seems like there's some specific knowledge needed as well with algorithms. So let's see how far we go. Martin says nah, and Luke says hi. Hey Luke, welcome. Okay, well we'll see soon enough. Let's see. Can close all but this. Close all tabs. Save. Let's pull up this one. Here's the code view. I'm just organizing my windows here. Sorry. Just putting everything side by side so that I can catch chats as they come in. Okay, hey Smap, welcome. Luke says, no, just an easy day once again. Nah, I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I've seen plenty of people struggle, so I don't count on it to be easy today. But we'll see. We'll see. So yeah, I guess we can start by zooming in here so that it's easier to read. Did you guys have fun doing today's challenge, or was it a disappointment? I know Luke has been not liking this year so far. Plus Mid just went live at the same time. He rated me last time. So good luck for Plus Mid. Let's see. Luke said no, just an easy day once again. Sure. Okay, I guess I'll just start reading and figure it out for myself and see how difficult it is today. So yeah, day 8, Playground. Equipped with a new understanding of teleporter maintenance, you confidently step onto the repair teleporter pad. You rematerialize on an unfamiliar teleporter pad and find yourself in a vast underground space which contains a giant playground. Across the playground, a group of elves are working on setting up an ambitious Christmas decoration project. Though carefully rigging, they have suspended a large number of small electrical junction boxes. Smap says, nothing here you don't know how to do. I like your confidence. Let's see. Their plan is to connect the junction boxes with long strings of lights. Most of the junction boxes don't provide electricity. However, when two junction boxes are connected by a string of lights, electricity can pass between those two junction boxes. The elves are trying to figure out which junction boxes are to connect so that the electricity can reach every junction box. Okay. They even have a list of all of the boxes' positions in 3D space. Your puzzle input. Okay. 3D space. Nice. XYZ. Sure. This list describes a position of 20 junction boxes, one per line. Each position is given as XYZ coordinates. So the first junction box in the list is at blah. To save on stringing lights, the elves would like to focus on connecting pairs of boxes that are as close together as possible according to straight line distance. So that's like Manhattan distance, probably, right? You just take every one of them, take the absolute difference between them and combine them. I will check it later, because this looked like it would be fractional. Normally they don't do that, so let's see. Higher dimensions. Three-dimensional. Okay, in general, the point. Great. I love stuff like that. No, but we'll figure it out. Let's see. In this example, the two that are closest together are those. By connecting these two junction boxes together, because the electricity can flow between them, they become part of the same circuit. Okay, after connecting them, there is a single circuit which contains two junction boxes, and the remaining 18 junction boxes. Yeah, Amade works in 3D, so I can imagine you were happy to see 3D. Smap says he must have gotten bored with Manhattan distances. Yeah, okay. Let's see. And the remaining 18 junction boxes remain their own individual circuits. Now the two junction boxes which are closest together but aren't already directly connected are blah and blah. Okay. So when they form a new circuit together, that's what they say, right? They become part of the same circuit. But their location doesn't change. It's just like one circuit with multiple addresses then? Or what? It will probably be like a... It will be a cube and you have to calculate the volume or something. Let's see. After connecting them, since blah is already connected to another junction box, there is now a single circuit which contains 3 boxes, an additional 7 circuits. Okay. The next two to connect are blah and blah. After connecting them, there's a set 2, one with 2, sure. Okay, this is fairly obvious still. The next two are blah and blah, because these two were already in the same circuit, nothing happens. Okay. So that's like 2 pairs of the same one, sure. This process continues for a while, okay. So if the next closest distance matches to something, well, it's a non-operation because they're already connected. Wait. Sure. This process continues for a while and the elves are concerned that they don't have enough extension cables for all these circuits. They would like to know how big the circuits will be. After making the 10 shortest connections, there are 11 circuits. One circuit which contains 5 junction boxes. One circuit which contains 4, 2 which contain 2 each, and 7 that contain a single box. Okay. Multiplying together the sizes of the 3 largest ones. Okay. Your list contains many boxes. Collect together 1,000 pairs of okay. Damn. Afterwards, what do you get if you multiply together the sizes of the 3 largest circuits? Okay. Okay. So, Euclidean distance. I'm so happy that I don't know how to read this. So, let me see. This is 0.1. Let's see. Let me start reading this because. My happiness was short-lived. Okay. Okay. Let's see. P. Okay. So the distance of these is the square root of the value of those squared by the... Okay, sure. Hello, Julio, welcome. I'm just reading up. I've just read Advent of Code Day 8, and I'm familiarizing myself with Cartesian distance. So this is something that I will have to implement. I mean, I think I can do this. I just wonder, it just becomes the same. You're doing it too. Ah, okay. So I think I will revert to this when I get there. So the distance is just like the square root of this. Each one of those individual XYZ values squared. Sure, let's see. I think I can do that. See how confident I am? I'm just not, I really usually don't know how to read these, but this, so far, it's not too bad. So let's see. Let's copy the test input. I think the answer was 40. Let me remember that. Copy this. We call this day 8. Okay, day 8. I still haven't made something to generate this, and I just keep adding more and more fields that need to be updated. Blowfish says, greeting friends of classic game development. Yeah, welcome, Blowfish. Man, I must say it's really nice to see everybody just like coming back every day. It's I really appreciate seeing every one of you every day. So thank you for that. It's a nice sense of community that I get here. So yeah, I like it. Let's see, day 8, and I hope you're enjoying it as well. Let's see if I can do today without struggling too much, though that might be part of the fun, but I'm thinking I have this grid location, and I'm pretty sure I've done this in 3D already, a class like this, but let's see, if I look for this, do I have something? I have cubes here. Do I also have all the operators written for it as well? Get overlap in 2D, get non-overlap. Okay. No, I don't. Okay. So I think I will just make a, this is more than we need, but I'll just make a class that's similar to our grid location thing, but then I'll just call it 3D location. So let's start there. Public record, and let me zoom this in a bit. Location 3D. Like that. Sure. I already have location 3D. Okay. Isn't it funny that I was like, I think I've written this already, but why don't I have one? Let's see, I already have, did I have it case sensitive? Okay. Control R. Yeah. Let's see. Sets required members, list int xyz. Why is this just an enumeral? Okay. Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to do, basically. This is probably something from the 3D rays, I think. But I will make sure that I add something here to get like a Cartesian distance. I'll just add a function, a Euclidean distance. Did they call it differently? Straight line distance, sure. Public. What would be a good unit for that? Double precision, double Euclidean distance. Over like this. Simple square, the difference between the coordinates. Yeah, I was reading it. I wonder if I should make a static function or just always have a reference here. I think this should be fine. Show the math.sqrt, and this would be math how x, what was it again? Does it need to be absolute? Not sure. X minus other dot x comma 2, like this. This. Actually, it's basically just an arrow function. I just wonder if you would need the absolute value of these, or if it would be an issue there. Something tells me these should always be positive numbers. No, it doesn't? Wouldn't that skew like... because it's... yeah, never mind. Never mind. Yeah. I do this all the time, can't you tell? Okay, so I think this should be the Euclidean distance thing. So let's write a parser. I think I can do this. So input two lines. Okay, do I have a build error somewhere? I think I probably removed an accolade somewhere. Smap says that's where my performance suffers sometimes. I'm too literal. Yeah. Let's see what's here. Yeah. I didn't even perform the square root because for comparison purpose you save time. If the variable size is supported as recommended, do not take the square root. Okay. Feel free to educate me more on what I'm doing wrong, but this one should have the extension method here. Okay, using nkcss.aoc. Okay, that should bring in the extension method, never mind, okay. Select. Actually, I could feed it like this, right? Haha. Boom, 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 boom. So I can do list location 3D equals this. Locations Boom. And let's bring this up here so that I can feed it to both. Okay. Let's see, Marta says, you're doing fine. If you want a distance, you do square root, but finding out which distance is higher, you don't need square root. You can work with distance. Okay, sure. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. You can optimize there without doing the actual math. I think I'll leave it like this because I like to have now I have an actual function here. I should probably also just, what did I call it? Straight line distance. Extensions. I don't even know where I have it. Was it in this one? Okay. See, blah. Also refer to as straight line distance. Okay. Let's see. SMAP says it's not used much. It makes very little difference to my overall performance in this case. Okay. There's a small added benefit. Square root of it will be double while. Okay. Sure. So you can deal with very large numbers more easily that way, because it's not as precise, but you can scale it way bigger, which might be a hint for what's to come. Boom, 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 boom. So we have all the locations parsed. Now we need to have the each permutation. So we can locations, permutations. This will be 2 false. For our unique pairs is this. Can at least make it a list here. I probably want to make sure that this also. Could I make it a list of lists? Would it autocast that? No. It'll be fine for now. Let's also bring this up here because we probably want to use it in multiple places. Then we do for each. And this is why my code is fast. This is all just the input parsing. It's not the actual code yet. For our pair in unique pairs. Bum, 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 bum. Actually, let's do it differently. We make this a list of list. Actually, this is actually just A location 3D B double distance like this. And now it doesn't know. It's fine. I can just do it like this because we don't care. We do unique pairs dot add, and this will be pair dot var p is pair dot as value tuple. This pair dot first, pair dot second. Value tuple is just first and second, right? Am I going crazy? Okay. Not sure what I'm doing wrong here, but we'll figure out. A location 3D, no, location 3D B, like this. I should have referred to it by a different name. I was addressing the wrong variable. That's fine. P dot A, P dot B, P dot A dot Euclidean distance P dot B. Like this. So now we have all the pairs in there. And now we probably need to sort them as well. So we do dot sort and it's something like this. Let's see. I wanted the other way around. I can never remember, but that's fine. So yeah, that would be everything sorted. Now we need to process the 10 smallest ones, and probably only the ones that aren't added yet. Does that become an issue? These are all the distances between all of them. Let me read it again. Because the thing that we need to do now is once, we also need to have something that dictates how many we need to process. I think for the test it's 10 and for the real input it's 1000. So we do const int num to process test is 10, num to process 5 real is 1000, and then we have num to process is test, no, num to process test, num to process real, okay. I can make this a bool, that's not a problem. So we have num to process here. Var to process is unique pairs dot take num to process. We use this one, so we have a nice strong typed version there. So these are the 10 that we want to process. And then there was also, I think for the test one, you need to take the 3 biggest. The 3 largest, and for the it's always the 3 largest, okay. Sure. Blowfish, Fugu says, wonder if Manhattan distance would make a difference. We can run a test later if we don't run into any other problems and I get totally demotivated. So far it's looking okay-ish. Let's see if how far we get. Let's just do this. We do for each var entry into process console, that right line, blah. Let's just write out blah blah is blah. So we do entry.a, entry.b, entry.distance, entry.distance, F2. I think that's probably close enough. Thanks for the follow. Let's see who followed. Broad and White. Welcome to the stream. We're doing Advent of Code Day 8. If you need a link to something, let me know. Let's see if the logic that we wrote works. So let's see. The first one, it says this one, the distance to this one is the shortest. But they say this one is the shortest. Oh no, I actually, yeah, it's the same. We found the shortest one, that's good. After that is the same one with the second one, that's also correct. And then it goes, yep, okay. So it looks like this works. So far, no mistakes. Hi, thanks for saying hi. Always nice to have people in chat. Have you done Advent of Code yourself as well? This was new for me, the whole Euclidean distance thing, so I just wrote that. I had to look at the Wikipedia, had some positive affirmations in the chat that I was doing the right thing, and yeah, it seems to work so far. So, small recap, I've used some of my code that I've written in previous years, like a helper for locations in 3D space, and I just extended it with some extra logic. I also made use of my get permutations class that I wrote a whole while ago, which is really useful. But otherwise, it says, no, I'm turning 13 and I want to make games. Ah, okay, that's also very cool. Did you come from Jonas's server by any chance? If you're into game dev, there are lots of great communities. I can probably share a few. Okay, Jonas Tyroler is really great at he makes videos on YouTube. He has a great Discord also with people that can help you if you have any questions and get stuck. Mostly Unity focused, but it's expanding into more. Snootyland is a bunch of smaller developers that are. It's a really great husband and wife team that make cute games and are very helpful. Danny, probably not so much for game development. I think there's also the Blackthorn Prod has a great community that's art focused. Brackies is still a great resource, even though they've stopped for a while, but they are back doing some things. So if you need to know some game dev stuff, please let me know. Have you made anything yourself yet? Like game dev is a passion of mine, so I've made a few games, nothing to really write about, but yeah, I'm always happy to redirect you to people that know more or whatever. Just ask if you want to know something, but feel free to tell me about the stuff that you've done so far, where you are on your journey towards making games. So. Let's see, what was I doing? Oh yeah, we validated that this one was correct. Now we need to do the groupings. And I was wondering how I'm gonna do that. Like there are a few ways to do it. You could have like a dictionary. A dictionary of location 3D. Also, I forgot, this is actually the page that we're doing. It's like a programming challenge. You can go back to previous years. It starts easy and ramps up in difficulty, especially if you want to learn how to program. This is like a great way, fun way to start. There's also a very big Discord community a very large Reddit community where people are very helpful if you get stuck. So, hi Nineberry, welcome. Bront White says, can't wait for 9th grade so I can join coding class. No need to wait, man. There is so much resources online, like Harvard CS50. If you want to, let's go to YouTube. If you want to get started with programming and concepts, this is like a very cool getting into programming and coding video that I can highly recommend. It's done by a great teacher. He has a really great way of explaining concepts. So if you're new to coding, going through this, I think it's like 20 plus hours. It starts at the basics and ramps up very fast, but it's doable. So if you take the time to internalize every one of that and maybe do some of the test things yourself, you can really learn a lot from that. And we just also drop it on the YouTube chat for those who are lurking. And like I said, like there's no better time to learn programming than now. There are so many helpful communities, but also with AI like ChatGPT or Grok or Gemini, whatever. If you want to do something, you can not only ask them like, how do I do it? But you can also say like, I want to learn programming. This is one of the things that I would like to make. What's the best way for me to learn these concepts? So you can not only ask them for the answers, but it can also be a great teaching aid to just get going. What games did I make? Let me see. I can go to itch.io. I don't even know. Let's see. I've done two things publicly. This one was part of a game jam. We got like top 30, I think. That was the Brackies game jam from a few years ago. And this is actually a very fun video that explains how we did it. And then I made this game a while ago, and it's very unpolished. You can't see it because of ads. Yeah, no worries. I'll drop the links in the Twitch chat so you can watch it later. And this is a power of deduction game that I wrote as a hobby. I never really finished it, and if you download it, you still have to like Alt F4 out of the game because I never made the exit button or never made a quit button. But it's a lot of fun, based off of a card game. Oh wow, Nineberry, thank you for that. That's really nice of you. And I had a lot of fun making this. I streamed a bit of the development of this as well. And I wanted to make a multiplayer version of that, but I never really got around to that because I never have time to do anything. So, but yeah, I've done that. I've also made a shades and hues, a game of color gradients. There's probably nothing online anymore from that. It used to be an Android game that I wrote for my wife, and like a few thousand people downloaded it. And it's like, I think I Love Hue is a very similar game to that. Yeah, basically this. So you get a grid and then you have to make it align perfectly. I wrote that from scratch without a 3D engine. I just wrote it myself, just direct draw update, like my own drawing update loop. Because my wife found something like this and then I made it for her and she really liked it. I still have it. I should probably just re-release it somewhere. They pulled it offline because I didn't have a privacy policy on it, and the App Store was like, hey, you need an App Store for that. I once started DutchDad.com, I think. Nope. Pretty sure. Okay, I let this one expire because this was like 300 euros to renew, but I still have the other domains. I should probably update that. Yeah, thanks, Iber. That's nice. I made like a few games for my kids when they were toddlers, like a memory game that used their own drawings. So I would take some of the drawings that they made and made memory game tiles for that on the iPad. I made like a game to help them type. So it would show a letter and they would have to type the letter so that they would learn like the hand-eye coordination of finding letters on a QWERTY keyboard layout, and it would have like all sorts of reaffirmation effects when you did it correctly. Let me just go here if I can still find it. I don't know where I have it. I might be able to find it because that's pretty fun to show, I think. It's a very old game that I made like 20 years ago. Yeah, this is like Mens erger je niet. Mens erger je niet game. English name. Ludo. Man, don't get... okay. Basically, I wrote a board game version of Mens erger je niet. Let's say Nick. Chat 1, chat 2, chat 3. And this is basically something... This is one of the first games that I ever wrote. So you could have like... I made this in Photoshop back then. So I could have the 3D, I could have animations and sounds. I don't think the how to play does something. This is how you win. When you roll 6, pawn gets placed on the board from your home box. I really don't remember this because it's been like so long.
New player.
I used some sound effects from like TeamSpeak back then. So yeah, I just got things from all over the place to make it. So yeah, I think I have like an autoplay. I had a full server with it. It shows an animation of how to play. I don't even remember making this. So it shows you very slowly. Do I have a... I think I have a speed thing. Oh. My sense of pacing wasn't great back then, as you can see. Wonder if it will do that. Boom. Okay, and then it says, once you are home, notice the inward blocks that have same color, blah, so it will then go here. First pawn has made it. Okay, the second iteration is faster. And the second one also. Can you even see this correctly? I think so. The third, and now the fourth. Boom, finally all pieces are inside. Nick.
Wow! Oh, wow! I'm the best! Yeah! Yeah! It's just so amazing to be told that you're the best. I thought I was just a normal person like all of you, but yeah! Well, thank you for showing me otherwise. Yeah, I kick ass, yeah!
I don't know if you could hear that properly, but yeah. Let's see, let's add some spice to the game. This also explains like how you kill people or throw people off. The pawn has appeared. Oh, 4 places behind him, one of his enemies appeared. Look what happens when the enemy rolls a 4.
Warning, warning. Bye-bye.
So then it says, boom, bye-bye number 4. Yeah. Player 4's number, first one is being brought back. So yeah, this kind of explains the rules of the game. That's it, have fun. So then I had like an autoplay thing, but it will also play all of the sounds, so it will get a bit messy when I autoplay at 5 millisecond delay, but yeah. So this is one of the first games that I made, like over 20 years ago, I think. Yeah, it's 2004 are the file timestamps for this. So yeah, this is probably one of the, not the first, but one of the first ones that I completed and still kept around. I had like a whole multiplayer server that, like a credit system, etc.
See you soon.
It says goodbye. So it has like all sorts of sounds. It has multiple wind sounds. Like one was Mr. Garrison from South Park, and yeah, I had fun with it. So yeah, that's a short detour of some of my game dev. Road Wise says, have you made a scary game? No, because I don't like horror games. I don't like horror movies. It's not for me. I like played Resident Evil a bit when I was younger, and I really like the game, but I just hate jump scares. I really hate jump scares. I don't like them. Like for a girl, I watched like Texas Chainsaw Massacre back then. But yeah, no, I don't watch or view anything scary out of enjoyment. The only things that I watch that are like in the horror genre is the Saw movies. I really like those just because like from the first movie that I saw, it just kept my mind thinking about all like the mental gymnastics and all the dilemmas that you have. That is the stuff that I really liked. And the Final Destination series is something that I really enjoyed. But other than that, I don't like or watch any horror movies. I think I've seen a few, but I never really enjoyed it, like 13 Ghosts and some other one. The Exorcist was pretty cool, but that's barely a horror movie to today's standards. Nineberry says, Advent of Code can be scary sometimes. Yes, it can. Especially when I'm coding. So yeah, sorry for that detour or rant. I like that. I think I said it before, like, I've been coding since I was 12. I probably coded for 10 hours a day since I was 12 at least. So there's thousands and thousands of projects that I've made, and I can't even remember most of them. But there will be things that trigger me, like, oh yeah, I made that back then. Oh yeah, I made that back then. So sometimes it's nice for me as well to just relive some of the stuff that I've done. Blowfish says, especially while people watching couldn't do that. What couldn't you do? And Bro says, I like Fallout. Yeah, Fallout was cool. They have a TV series on Prime. That was really cool. Hey, Nueno, welcome. Thanks for the raid. It's appreciated. Welcome, raiders. Smap says, since you were 12, then about 6 years. And yeah, I'd wish. I'm getting old and grumpy, but no. How was your stream today? So far I'm doing part 1 still for day 8, but I had lots of... I'm doing good so far. I introduced my Locations 3D that I wrote from a few years ago. So the parsing and the memory structure was already there. I wrote the Euclidean distance after reading the link in the text here. I wasn't familiar with it, but I read it and just implemented it, and people said I was doing the right thing. So then I used my get permutations code that I wrote a few years ago as well to get all the unique combinations of pairs. And then I just counted all of them, and then I coded how many to take. I was writing the part that actually makes the groupings. I validated that all of the distance math worked. So I compared it to the top 10 in the test, and that worked. And then somebody came in and asked about game dev, and I just showed people some of the old games that I made and I've done. So I've been a bit on a tangent. Not coding, but I'm about to get back into coding right now. Dwayne says, always a good day when you get to use your intelligence. Yeah, especially if you remember that you have them. Thanks for the follow, Baldigon. Welcome. Thanks. Yeah, I've had that a lot. Like at the start of this year, I kept forgetting all the stuff that I made. Let me see. So many new chatters. Combinations or permutations? Because I assume permutations contains duplicates. Yes, I have a option. Here, dupes. Dupes. Allow dupe false. So I have an optional boolean that I pass along with it that controls if I want or don't want dupes. So I still call it permutations, but yeah. Let's see. Baldigon says, me too, develop in C# and sucks a lot. What sucks a lot? Okay. I want to improve, but it seems difficult. It's not. It just, programming is hard, right? It's such a giant, vast amount of things that you can learn and need to learn to get started. I just dropped like the link to CS50. Especially if you're still starting, what I usually do is tell people to get like the basics. 50 Harvard. I just had the link in chat, but let me grab it again. This is a really great video if you want to get started with programming and just get some great examples for concepts. Like they do a part on binary search and they visualize it very well. He's a great teacher, the guy that does this talk. It's a very long video, it covers lots of concepts, but if you're trying to get like a better base understanding of things or find maybe some ideas of where to develop into, that's a really great video just to like see where you're at, learn some things and move on from there. And for the rest, I think the best way to learn programming is just by doing it a lot. Especially when you're starting out, one of the biggest challenges is just working through stuff, because when you start out, all you do is hit roadblocks. Bye, bro and white. Let's see, he says, thanks, I started in 2022, but I stopped programming for a while and now I don't understand anything. Yeah, it will come back to you once you start. But that's like motivation is the biggest issue usually when you start programming, because you will run into roadblocks and you need a certain kind of motivation to push through them. So what I usually recommend to people that want to learn is just solve a problem for yourself. It doesn't matter how small. Like if you're into darts, write a scoreboard thing. If you're into going to the gym, write a split timer app or whatever. Just take something that you can do for yourself that solves a problem that you have, and that will give you something, because you can see the reward when you're done. It will give you more motivation to stick with it when you hit roadblocks. So I always recommend like solve something for yourself or someone near to you so that you have a good motivation to keep going. And that's the only thing, right? Just keep doing it and you'll get better every day. And stuff like Advent of Code is a great way to actually learn new things, because the problems can get very hard. But the great thing about Advent of Code is there's a really cool community behind it. Like all the people here in chat are great. If you have questions, ask and people will help. Same for the Reddit threads. I've been there before. I try to help people as well. It's really, I can't say enough nice things about it. So like if you're into programming and enjoy it, just find something that you like and work on it and just keep with it, and you'll get better from just keep doing it. Okay, let's go back to the coding. How long did it take you, by the way, Noena? Curious. I'll just dive back now and stop talking for a bit. But I'm gonna say thanks a lot, bro. I really appreciate it. Yeah, no worries. One of the greatest things in my life was discovering programming when I was 12, because at that point I just knew what I wanted to do with the rest of my life. Like growing up, there have been so many people that were just, I have no idea what I want to do with my life. And I found something that I'm passionate about and that I really liked, and I was able to focus on that. And that's, it was a real gift for me, at least. Now I have kids, and those are probably one of the best things that, and a sweet wife, like the best things that happened to me. But discovering programming early on is probably really one of the best things that ever happened. Froggy's SPK, welcome. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. So yeah, we were doing part 1. To recap, we've parsed it out, we've done the math, we know which ones are the closest by. Now we just need to make those groups and get count of those groups. I'm just thinking about what the easiest way is, because you need to I'm thinking 2 separate things. First, you need to know groups. Blah. Actually, thank you for your wisdom. I don't know if it's wisdom. I'm just sharing some of the things that I've. Yeah, sure. Sorry, I have a hard time accepting compliments, but thank you. I'll just shut up. So what we need to do is actually group these together and then count the biggest groups, because I think that const int biggest groups to count is 3. Let's just put this up here. That's true for both the test case and the actual case. So once we've made the groups, we need to make sure that we count the biggest ones there. Noina says, it took me about 25 minutes planning, 45 minutes programming for part 1, 5 minutes for part 2. Okay. So far, it's been 5 to 10 minutes programming and probably an hour of yapping. So let's see if we can get there. So my thinking here is we have all of them. We need to turn them into groups. So basically what I want to do is just have two things here. A group ID lookup and then a hash set of grid, no, location 3D. Like this. Group ID lookup, and this will be the groups. So this way we can, once we add something to a group, we can track that ID, and here will be the list of will be those actual groups, so that we don't have to duplicate all that data. So I think that's the best way to do it. So this way, when whichever member of the group that we want to link with, we can check, is that one part of a group? If so, add it to that group. And I think that will be it. And then we can just sort this one by biggest size descending, and then we'll take the 3 and add it together. So yeah, I think if group ID lookup try get value entry.a out int group ID. Boom. Sure. If this is the case, add A, add B to A's group. So we do grid ID lookup dot add, and now grid group ID lookup dot add. This would be entry dot B, and this would be group ID, like this. Yes. The same for the inverse, else if group ID lookup contains B. So we add B, A to B's group. So we do A and we add the group ID of B. We also still need to add it to the group there. Sure. So groups, group ID dot add entry dot B. Same here for A. Else we create a new group. We do the same here. Groups. This will be. I can do group ID is groups dot length count. Yes. So we do groups dot add group ID blah. And this can be entry A, no, entry A, entry B. And then we need to add the lookup, so group ID lookup dot add entry dot A group ID entry B group ID. So this should be all the maintenance there, and then we can tell which ones are the 3 biggest groups. So we can do group ID, no, groups dot sort order by descending exact value that count take blah blah blah. What was the was it biggest groups to count? Biggest groups to count. Okay, and then sum. Was it sum or multiply? Multiply. Multiply together. Okay. Was it aggregate? Dun, 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 dun. Have I used it before? That would show me the syntax. No. Starting value. Okay. Let me just drop this here. So that would be 1 UL. And then to add current times to add. I think it's something like this, right? Yeah. Now value.count. Why is it int? Wouldn't this be long? What is the error that it's throwing here? Let's see. I'm still running. Okay, that's maybe why it's funky. Let's see. Operator is ambiguous. Operator ulong. Yeah. Okay. This not long count. I can do long count, but I can just do ulong. Never mind. Okay. So then P1 equals this, and I should probably just, let's stick with normal longs. It should probably be fine, and due to my project settings, it should give me a warning if we would over or underflow. Boom, an item with the same key has already been added. Okay. Yes. We need to skip the one that is already in there. That's correct. The thing is, connect together 1,000 pairs. Okay, so if we skip one, it doesn't count, right? So we should probably do, so this one is not what we want. We probably want to just keep looping until we have that many entries in the group ID lookup. No, yes. Let me think. YouTube has a chat. Christopher Dalmedia, just seeing this randomly. Keep going and all the best of luck with streaming. Oh, thank you. Love from Southtown in Principal, UK. Well, welcome. It's nice to have you in the chat. Hope you're enjoying it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. We're doing Advent of Code. So if you stumbled across this randomly, it's a programming puzzle that there's one puzzle a day, 2 parts for every day. Usually there were 25, that's why it's an Advent calendar, but this year is the first time that it's only 12 days. But if you like programming and you want to do this yourself, you can also go back and do previous days and even previous years. So have fun, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Nineberry says, if adding the pair does nothing, it still counts. The puzzle description is not good. Thanks for that. That makes sense. So I can do if group ID lookup. So I need to have an extra check here. If come on, dot contains key entry.b. Basically, if this doesn't happen, we can do this. Let's see, I reread that a lot of times. It makes sense when you realize you are connecting them together, but they're still in the same circuit. Yes. Also, the thing that I'm doing wrong here, I need to ignore them if they're already part of something. That's a problem. Boom. No, wait. Because you can add them to them already. Only if they're both already in there. No, if they're already part of a group. Yes, I can, yeah. I need to make sure that it's not already part of a group, and then I need to do it. Okay. If it's not part of the group, then we do it. Make sure to only link when not already part of a group. Is there, oh, do I need to check this in here? I just need to visualize this in my head. We have a pair. If one of them is already part of a group, yeah, the only option is to link them, because that's why they're a pair. You want to link them. And if one of them is already part of a group, that's not a problem. You can join them if the other one is not. Yeah, only if they're both, like if they're both not in a group, only one of them is in a group, then you can link them. And they automatically become part of that other group. So yeah, I need to make sure that I have this in here. Boom, 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 boom. And if not, I will probably rip out my hairs in a bit because I'm doing something stupid and I can't find where it goes wrong, but I think this should be okay. Let's see. $24. Okay, that's not correct. So just to make sure that it's not because I need to do more, let me just run this and run the whole thing. Now I have 60, okay. So there is a sweet spot in there. It's probably not that, right? 30. I'm just trying to see if we get to the right number, and then I have to figure out why we need to do it differently. Still 30. So I probably need to count how many times I skip something. Still 30, nice. Black Eye said I was solving part 2 because I didn't understand the description of part 1. Reading comprehension has been an issue for me as well. So I really wonder what to do here. Let's see. Skip count is 0. Else blah. Blah. Console.writeLine. Skip count. Pairs. Only 2. Interesting. Let's see. Maybe I'm doing something else wrong. After making the 10 shortest connections, there are 11 circuits. So I should probably just check. I did 10 right here, right? Okay. Group ID lookups. Let's see. Smash says this is where the test data comes in. The meaning becomes clearer when you examine the results of the sample process. Yeah, let's gonna look at that now. Because I have 5 groups here. Funny, I also had 24 first and had to go look for a bug. I'm in good company then. Let's see, what was I doing? I was trying to read. They say, okay, the circuit contains 5, 4, 2 that contain 2, and 7. Like, this is how you can make 10 connections. That is... He makes it clear you should have 11 circuits. Yes, yes, I know. Yeah, I understand, I think, except I take 10, but those are 10 pairs. So that could be a whole lot more. So even if I do more, 11 circuits, 10 shortest connections, 11 circuits. I mean, I could just keep going till I hit that length plus 1, but that just means that I'm not comprehending part of the problem. My thing is, like, if you make 10 connections, how can you have 5 plus 4 plus 2 plus 2 and then 7 that are 1? That number is way more than 10 connections. Let's see. For me, that was the key to understanding his process, as I ended up with the wrong number initially. Yeah, I can tell that I'm way too low, but so what I can do here, if I do this for each var entry in unique pairs, if groups.count equals 11 break. Right? I'm just curious to see what the numbers are. I don't have a counter for how many there are, but I should write 11, not 1. I mean, the unique pairs is already sorted there. Okay. I never get to 11. I have 6 unique groups. One that's 5. I never get one that's 4. Here's the one that's 4. A bunch that are 3 and a bunch that are 2. Wait. 11 circuits. Ah, 7 because it's a remaining one. Yeah. So you can also can't do that. Because every one of their own counts as their own circuit. So that's, let's see. So it would be 1, 2, 4. So this will be 4 unique groups, actually, not 11. So I need to, should be able to tell when there are 4 unique ones, but then you need to go on before it hits 5, because this one won't be filled out enough, right? So one of this needs to go to 5 and one of these needs to go to 4 before there's enough processed, and we have 9 locations processed now. Okay. I shouldn't have break there. I should have a debugger break there. Let's see, Frankie T said, I had the problem that I was looking at the question without recognizing it directly tells you the algorithm. To me it felt ambiguous. In the end I understood, but 6 hours spent. Yikes. Okay. Whew. That's rough. Maybe that's where, maybe you're predicting my future here. Because from the text I can't glean what it is that they actually want from me. I can step through this until it hits the configuration, and maybe that will tell me more. So let's say int pairs process. Let's just take the brute force approach to at least learn what they're looking for. This we don't need. We do this, and then I just do this thing here, and just do it every iteration. So we do console.writeLine after processing processed. How did I call it? Pairs processed. Pairs processed. Pairs. Okay. And then we do this. It's not efficient, but it will at least showcase a bit what we need to do or what we're looking for, and maybe it will light up a bell. Pairs. The lookup count here. I'll just dump every information here on the screen. And this would be groups of count. Okay, so this is basically all the info that we would get from stepping through it. So let me just run this. And let's see where that 40 shows up, if it shows up at all. I still have another debug info in here. Let's see. I never get to 40. That's interesting. I never get to 40. Okay. Didn't expect that. So there's something else fundamentally wrong with what I'm doing, which is interesting. Let me just set a breakpoint here, because I'm curious to see that first group. Do they have... No. Wait, what? Yeah, yeah. No, never mind. That's a digit aren't already collected at this. After connecting them, there's now a single circuit that contains 3 junction boxes and additional. Do you merge them? No. Well, that could happen. So if 2 of them connect, would that be a merge? So is my logic here flawed? So maybe that's the issue here, that instead of skipping it, when the other one is also part of a group, you link them and merge groups? Am I on the right track there? Smap does a smiley. Okay. So that will be the try get value. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. That would be it then. Why is it complaining? Ah, because yeah, that skip count is no longer needed because we don't care. Merge groups. This can be annoying because I use sequential IDs based on how many are in there. I could just clear the group. Yeah, I do it by count anyway, so that's fine. Boom, boom, boom. For group A is groups group ID. For group B is groups group ID. All the group ID. This if group A that count larger group B that count. So we just move the smallest one into the other one, update all the members. I should probably have a function here. So like, you just do like void merge groups. It's local merge groups. Int group A, int group B. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, sure. And then we do for each one of those, and then we do a union with, I think. So if A is bigger, we do group B. And then first we need to reassign all the lookups. We do group B for each. No. For each var in group B. Like this, and we do lookup P equals group A. Why is it complaining? Group ID, I mean, like this. and then we can do group group A dot union with group B. And we do group B dot clear. So now group B becomes empty. We don't remove it since we use the length as the unique ID for that, so it will be fine. And other ways, actually we can do, yeah, that's even more fun. You can do var from, so we can do a bool a bigger is this, from equals a bigger group B, group A, var 2 is a bigger group A, group B, and then we can do just this, from, I should probably also, I could have done it like this, because I don't have the identity here. I need to do this for the identity, so that's annoying. I just wanted to have this loop once. So you could do from.clear, and here you can do to group with from. I can do int biggest group ID is the same thing here. Group ID or other group ID. This biggest group ID. So now we have a function here that merges groups. And this would be group ID over group ID, like this. Same logic here. If group ID logic, try get value entry A out over group ID, else merge groups. Boom. Okay. Now the question is, do we still need to have those? Let's see, skip count does not exist. Yeah, we don't care. And that's that warning. Let's see what this does. Nice, I killed everything. Oh wait, 40 and then it goes to 0. Wait, that's interesting. Why does it go to 0 after? Is there a problem with my merge logic here? Smallest group ID equals, and then the inverse of this. So I can say console.writeLine merging from the count entries from group blah into group biggest which had yes. I can remove this one because we don't care. Let's run this. Bloop. Whoa, what? Okay. There's something weird going on there. Let's. First of all, there were form instead of from. There's a P missing here. Okay, let's see. Blowfish Fugu says, my first wrong number was because of counting to 10 from example, extent of 1,000 as opposed. Ah, okay. I already have that switched up here at the start, like none to process for test, none to process real, none to process is based on the test. It takes either one of those values. So I already accounted for that one. But the thing where it wanted to merge to was weird. Boom, boom, boom. No, this is fine. The fact that it could give you 0 there was really weird. So that's what I want to see here. It wrote out 0, and a group cannot be 0 entries. 3. With ID. Okay, I misread that wrong. After processing one pair, merging 3 entries from group 0 into group 0, which has they also need to be different. If other group ID not equal to group ID, then we do this. Merge groups when it's not the same group, otherwise no op. Well, no op, it's fine. Same here. Actually, I could do that just as a check. If group ID equals other group ID, return. Boom. Probably more efficient to do the if here, but this way I know I won't forget to do anything there. Dun, 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 dun. So this one is weird to me. Like it goes up, it doesn't merge. Like after processing 10 pairs, we get the answer that we're looking for, which is great. The only thing that I don't get is after this one, it goes 0. Which is weird, because that means there is something wrong. So I want to just hit a breakpoint here. Long val sum equals this. That's not really a sum, but there. If I can set a breakpoint after if sum equals 0, debugger.break. But basically we saw that the code works now. The thing that I missed was the merging part. I'm just making sure that there is not a different bug that will bite me on the real input, because I don't want to be disappointed when I enter the value and it isn't correct. So sum is here. So we have groups. Order by descending. So that would be, yeah, because there are only 2 groups left, it goes to 0 there. Is that an actual issue that I should account for or not? Because every other one, sure. Yeah, I can fix that. Math.max 1 ul, 1 l, or this. This fixes that. Because in the old, in the test case, they say everyone that isn't part of something still counts as one circuit. So any empty groups, I'll just do it like this. But that means it gets stable. It might grow a bit after, but it should never be 0 again now. So yeah, sure. Okay. So it's funny that it goes down after it makes the groups bigger. It makes sense because you remove multiplications. But we see here, after processing 10 pairs, we have the answer of 40, so we can go back to our original code. Boom, 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 boom. Num to process. So instead of this one, we can go back to num to process here. JVDL says, hi, today was a doozy. Well, the comprehension part has been an issue so far, but I don't dislike it yet. But that's because I had lots of people motivating me in chat, so I can highly recommend streaming. Let's see, part 2 test. Didn't I put 40 as a test value here? No, I didn't put the test cases yet, but it works for the test, so let's run the actual one. Spent 2.5 hours solving the wrong problem. Oh man, I feel for you. I was very lucky to have a great chat here to keep me focused on what I have to do, and because if I didn't have chat, I probably would have spent a lot longer trying to figure out or glance over or whatever. I made a stupid mistake of not merging properly. So let's see, P1 equals this. Let's see if we can get that first gold star after only 17 hours of streaming. Woohoo! First gold star in the bag. Yes. That's nice. Yeah. So now I'm very curious about part 2. How horrible will it be? Let's see, the elves were right. They definitely don't have enough extension cables. You'll need to keep connecting junction boxes together until they're all in one large circuit. Continuing the above example, the first connection, which causes all of the junction boxes to form a single circuit, is between the junction boxes of blah and blah. The elves need to know how far those junction boxes are from the wall so they can pick the right extension cable. Multiplying the x-coordinates of those 2 junction boxes produces that number. Okay, so this, let me first enter the real input for part 1 so that I have a test block. Then we have the test for part 2. Okay. So this basically means could probably do it in part 1 here as well, because I need to keep track of when this one goes back to just 1. Let's see. The first one is all the junctions to form a single circuit is between Isn't that just the last one? Potentially. Let's see. If I do this one back, I just wonder if it's just the last one in the list, but let's go back to the test input actually. I need to actually remove this one here. So if I go back just for now, let me just copy everything and make sure, okay, blah. Let's first commit. So day 8 part 1 before I do anything else. So we have day 8 part 1 done. JVDL says no because point 0 might have the last point as its closest neighbor, like in the example. Okay, I will run my debug code just to visualize it because I need to see it for myself. I'm stubborn like that. Sorry. Let's see. So here I need to just go with all the unique pairs, and I want to know the last one that it writes out there. So this one is the last one, but the other part isn't. So this one is probably already, like if I go back here, probably the first time I get back to 20 is the one that I'm needing, this one. Here. See, this one is the one where we go back to 20 because then we roll up to just one unique group that's not empty. So let me add one thing to this debug. So we do non-empty group count. Actually, do we ever get past 28 unique 20 unique locations? Okay, so there are only 20 unique entries in the test there. So for me, once I hit the last one, I just know that it's there. So that one should be easy to guess. Let's see, it would be locations. So here, once we do this, let's do it in part 2. Boom, 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 boom. This is our logic here. So here, if locations that count, and we need to cache this, if unique, if group ID lookup.count equals this, console last node connected. Sure. Entry.a, entry.b. And now we can do break. We can probably remove this and remove this one as well. And we can remove this right line here as well. So if we run this, I think we should have it. Yeah, see, that's it. Dun, 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 dun. So, and here we can do p2 equals entry.a.x times entry.b.x. Bloop, that works. So let's run the real input. Let's try that again, shall we? Quick watch. Why can't I copy it? Okay. Woohoo! 2 gold stars in the bag. Nice. Let's see. And I can put that here as well. So this was part 2 was indeed fairly easy. Might be easy because I keep track of it, but I think everybody found it fairly easy. So Amate said that was too fast. Congrats. Yeah, was it too fast? I don't know. I think it was fairly obvious as soon as you've connected all the nodes. So and I should cache the at least this one so that I don't have to. I shouldn't probably worry about it. JVDL says, yeah, part 2 follows nicely from P1. Okay. JVDL asks, how did you find yesterday's one? I loved it simply because I saw the gimmick coming from the start. I was very frustrated yesterday because I couldn't figure it out. I kept, like, if I go back, let me just burp. And I go back to program and I go to day 7. And I go to test is true. What I did yesterday was, as I had this worked out, so I could map out the whole flow. And in my mind, I kept thinking, okay, this is one unique path, and then you have another one that's 2. So you know that there are 2 ways. When you get here, there are 2 ways down, and then if you go here, there's like this many unique ways down. And I couldn't put myself to code it up. Let's see. Nineberry says, I expected clicks in part 2 today, but it was a lot easier. What do you mean by clicks? Smap says, getting close to the pro rata day where I start having issues, probably tomorrow or Wednesday. Yeah, there are always a few days that I struggle with. Like if I go back to the calendar, if I go to previous years, there hasn't been a single year except 2015 that I've completed so far, because there has always been at least one thing that I couldn't solve. And this year, usually I'm really tough on myself. I will just refuse to look at a solution and just hammer it out and then bang my head against the wall or just stay stuck. This year I was like, I'm not gonna hurt myself too much and just keep going. Is 2020 the C month? I don't know. I wrote lots of cool visualizations for that as well, and like a 3D editor, or like an editor and rotation. I've had lots of fun with previous years. Frankie says, I started having issues today already. Don't worry, Frankie, I had 2 days already that I couldn't solve, and I had to go into looking at what other people did just to find a way to solve the problem. So you're not alone. I've had issues already on 2 days so far. Spam says 2021 was my completion year when I did them all in one, all on the day. Okay. Yeah. So there's still stuff for me, and I said before, like, I still want to go back to the ones that I couldn't solve and maybe get some help from AI to just explain stuff that I'm missing, just because I want to understand more. I also there was a pathfinding one. I don't remember which one. Was it this one? Yeah, there are a few like with infinite things that I couldn't solve. I think this one was the one with this one. Here, Amade tried to help me, but there was still an imprecision one. Like for 2024, day 24, I've written a bunch of stuff and I couldn't even... Is this the correct one? Gate? From that with hailstorms, I used Python. Yeah. JVL says, I had the reindeer race pathfinding one. That was a mess. Yeah, there have been lots of tough ones. I really liked the encode year and the one that had like intersecting cubes in 3D. When I finished that one and coded that all up, I was so proud because I was like, well, at the start, there was like I was like, there's no way I'm gonna finish this. So I felt really proud when I did. Nathaniel Bump says, path counting problem is pretty straightforward. There's usually at least one once a year. Yeah, I know, but for some reason there have been some that I've aced, and there are other ones that I just couldn't figure out, even though they should pretty much all be the same. Like I know how to do the priority queue one and solve it that way most of the time, but yeah. Frankie says, my problem is I have no formal edu in coding. I always start from scratch with a blank brain and no knowledge. Don't be so harsh on yourself. I also have no formal education in coding. I'm self-taught all the way. Like I said, I started when I was 12 and I've been just coding every day, and I am fully self-taught. So 2019 had some pathfinding puzzles and encode. Yeah. Nathaniel Bump says recursion for this, since it's DFS for part 2 and BFS for part 1. Not the hailstorms one, right? Oh, this is weird. I think I have the wrong year. This is 23. Sorry, this is the wrong year. 2023, day 24. So yeah, Amarte was trying to help me with some of this stuff. Like, I'm way out of my depths here with all of this, with the intersecting stuff. And I tried a bunch of stuff, but it never really clicked, and there was still an imprecision thing there. The Chinese remainder theorem was also one that I had to look up, I think, because I wasn't familiar with it. Sometimes there's like these pure algorithmic things that you just have to know, or it's nearly impossible. JVDL says, non-flashbacks to linear algebra 1 and 2. Yeah. Swav says, I think they'd only just invented computers when I was 12. Yeah. I was always... I only got my first computer... That's not really true. We had like a home computer from like way back when in the government. They had programs where you could get a computer at home. They were trying to stimulate people having computers in the home. It was in the late 80s, early 90s, I think. Which basically means that you could buy a computer with part of your salary tax-free. So it wouldn't be, you take part of your salary that's normally taxed, and you can use that to buy a computer without taxes. So it would get really cheap. You pay like a third or something. So we got a computer back then, and I think it was still MS-DOS. I don't think it was even Windows 3.11, which came later. And I got my own floppy disk from my mom, and she taught me like, okay, this is your floppy disk. This is how you create a file. This is how you rename a file. This is how you delete a file. And this is how you format your floppy disk. And then I mistyped the letter one day, and I formatted the C drive, which meant there was no longer an operating system on the computer. And back then, there was nobody that knew how to put an operating system on the computer again. So the computer went to the attic, never to be seen again. And it was a very expensive lesson. So the next time I was able to touch a computer, I was 12, and we needed one for school. So yeah, I've been interested in them. I was kept away from them because I bricked the last one. So that was Windows 95, I think, and we got like a Windows 98 upgrade back then. It's the start of the like dial-up internet. You get all those CDs at home that were free. Hey, Sunco Software, welcome. I just finished day 8. Sadly, I'm sorry. So you're just getting in the me ranting phase. JVDL says Win95 was the best. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Rose tinted glass is probably no. It was really fun. It was really responsive. Like the only limitations was when I remember that I got like a video card, a TNT Riva 2, I think, or something. Before the GeForces, I had a 3DFX Voodoo 2. Like that was an accelerator card. So you had a graphics card that only did 3D. So you have your 2D graphics, and then you had a 3D graphics accelerator card, and then you would loop the where you normally connect your monitor from the normal output into the accelerator card, and then you plug your thing into that. So it was pretty cool back then, I think. I think I still have an old video card here lying around, an AGP one. I think if I go here, I don't know why I still have it on hand, but this is like one of my old ATI. This is X800 Pro. Like I think this was my first AGP card. It was so expensive back then. It's a bit dusty, but yeah, I still have it on hand here. But yeah, that basically when I was 12, I got back into a computer. They were very wary of me touching the thing, but oh yeah, I also JPDL says I still have Win95 box with all 32 floppies somewhere. Yeah, I also installed I think Windows 95 or 90. No, I think that was 98 on like over 100 floppies. It was crazy. Mindbase says you had to restart to DOS with modified config.sys and auto exit, but to run some DOS games that needed all memory. I never had that. I wasn't that. I never encountered that. Let's say. But what I did do was, I think I previously told about discovering Quick Basic when around that age from like a computer magazine, and that's basically just a programming language for the console. And one of the first things that I did once I got a little bit proficient with it was we had like a technical thing in school where you would do some stuff with computers and like manual building things, etc. And I made something that said like name of the teacher sucks, and it would scroll infinitely past like offset in different colors with QBasic. So it would just do rainbow calling out that teacher and that he sucks. And I actually put it on the school computer, modified the autoexit.bot. So every time the computer would boot, it would just start scrolling that, and you would need 3 keys. I added something to put in 3 keys to break it so that you could alter it again. But yeah, nobody knew back then how to interrupt the startup or like extract the drive, mount it, and modify it. So at one time they said like, we don't care who did it, just fix it and you won't get in trouble. So after a few days, I just removed it again and said sorry. But yeah, those were some of my first exploits with programming, etc. It was a lot of fun. Let's see. Gorillas.bus. I don't remember that. I do know Badger. That's a little bit later. And all your base R belong to us. Smap says, I just pushed a refactoring to my code because I really want to annoy people that read it. It violates a core C# convention. Okay, so you want to be skipped today, Smap? Frankie says, I always daily swear at Win95 until I got Windows ME, which reminded me how great Windows 95. Yeah, Millennium Edition was horrible. Do you know Windows RG, by the way? Is that still a thing? Is there still Windows RG? Oh, and then it crashed my display driver. Okay, let's not do that. Okay. But Windows RG was like a Flash version, the Windows Real Good edition, and it was just a simulator of everything crashing, like to mock everything that's wrong with Millennium Edition. So yeah. Let's see, what else do we have? Then came Windows Vista, which was a reason to leave WinXX for good and turn to Linux. Yeah. Oh man, Linux. I really like when I was in my hacker phase, in my teens, and like trying all sorts of stuff. I remember switching to Red Hat 5.3 or something, and I spent 2 days just getting DivX codecs working and my Sound Blaster live. It was such a pain in the ass. And I couldn't, like back then, I was using MIRC and Flash FXP, don't ask me more about that, daily, so I couldn't stay on Linux, but I had a lot of fun like trying and getting stuff to work. Yeah. Lineberry says, no, it was some ultimate game, I believe, that needed a lot of memory. Okay. So I think we'll get to the point where we look at some of the things, the solutions that other people made. So what I like to do at the end when I solved the day or haven't solved the day and I'm looking for help is go to my Discord where all people can put their code. So for those who aren't on the Discord but want to be, this is a link, an invite. Let me drop it here. So you can share your code as well and I will take a look at it. JVDL says, I daily drive macOS and Ubuntu on my personal machines. Linux is a lot more user-friendly. Yeah, one of my servers is Ubuntu that I use mainly for my web hosting company. And it's nice if you get used to it. It's a big difference. Like there are really good graphical or access in the Linux distros these days, and I think there's like, I can't remember the one. There's currently one right now that's pretty popular because it looks a lot like Windows, and with the end of life for Windows 10, lots of people are switching to that. So I think the biggest change will come when Steam Machine rolls out with all the compatibility layers that they're working on, and I think that will be the biggest push for Linux adoption to date once that rolls out. So let's see. Who was the first to submit? Day 8, SMAP there. Another day 8. Okay. Let's look at what Cheese did. Sure. Let me zoom in a bit. The parsing and this link monks distances. So this is also without the square root because you don't need it for the pure distance. We talked about that at the start of the stream. I implemented it the way that, like the thing, like it's supposed to get the actual distance. In this case, we just need to have a relative value to one another. So you don't need to do the square root so that you can optimize for speed. So that's what's done here. Steve said it's doing the square root on the next one. Is it? Ah, okay. Never mind. Okay, so this isn't needed for it to work. Thanks, Steve. So yeah, I made it dirtier. Sorry. Don't you hate that when you clean your glasses and they get dirtier instead of cleaner? Let's see. Steve has got to keep the floating point units in check. Yes, okay. You don't want to get complacent. This change, okay. What does this do? I for I arranged in. Ah, okay. It just sets up a new. There, okay. Def parent. If this return I. If it's not, it changes the to the parent. Okay, unify, PI, PJ. I don't know how to read this yet. Let's see. Eyes open, distance is relative sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know exactly what this does, but I trust it for now. I'll just move on to part 2, see maybe if there's something special there. It clicks, same distance calculation, same, this is the same code, right? Disjoint set union fine. Yeah, this is out of something that I'm familiar with. So it looks short and clean if you compare that to everything that I've written, but I don't know how it works. Unifies union. Okay. Oh, so this combines, this would be the combination of those two. But what is the parent thing? That this would be like the group ID or something. And size, this just, okay. This keeps track of how many there are still left. Julia says, I'm finishing mine. I use crosscal and DSU. Crosscal. Okay. The greedy algorithm. Minimum spanning force or undirected at which. Like, if I read this, I'm already lost. Like I said, I don't have any formal training in this, but let's see. Parent is for unifying groups under the same initial layer. Okay. Oh yeah, okay, now I get it. He does literally what the example text said, that like everyone is their own group by themselves at the start. So it's coming to me now. So this one just sets everybody's group ID to be the same, to be their own ID. JVDL did a couple of tours in NAM, I think. Steve says the way union finds works is that every element starts out being its own parent. Yeah, that's what I just said. Then as you union things together, they start to point to other parents. At the end, the unique collection of parents that are returned when you find the number of disjoint sets. Yeah, okay. There are hundreds of ads playing instead of code. Does it show ads a lot? I don't... I should. I earned like 24 cents an hour last stream, so yay ads. No. There's you can't turn that off. They changed that. Back when I first got affiliate, ads were a thing that you could trigger yourself if you wanted to. I never did really. But then they changed it to be like it's mandatory when you're starting to stream and somebody opens up. You can either do that, you get an ad when you start, or you get an ad randomly every, I think like during once an hour, they pick a random time and then you don't see ads for the rest of the hour, I think. I think that's how it works. 24 cents after tax? No, not after taxes, before taxes. I can bring it up if you want. I have that somewhere. Analysis. No, that's the wrong button. Analysis, overview, open a new window. I think there's something wrong because it flashes. Oh. Yeah, I probably need to update a video driver or something, but it should say here. Yeah. It doesn't want me to show you, I'm sorry. Let's see, what you're gonna do with that 15 cents? You should exchange it for pennies and flatten them on a train track. That could be pretty fun. Yeah. Well, today I made bank because Nineberry gifted a sub, so thanks for that, Nineberry. It works fine on stream. Okay, for me it flashes black, and I think I also saw it in the overview. But yeah, I can see it then. That's interesting. Let's see. Let's go back to the code. The thing that I wonder is it said it gets the current parents. My bad. The thing that I wonder is if you do this, what happens when they both, like, how does the merging thing work? It doesn't matter for this one, but maybe that's why this one is different. The part one is different, right? No, it also always updates the first one. Hey, Plusmid, welcome, welcome. How did your stream go? I was just going over everybody's solution. If you want, you can share what you did as well on the Discord, and I'll go over that as well. I just finished today's solution, I think 50 minutes ago or something. It went fairly well. And now I just wonder, looking at what everybody else did today. So I was looking at Cheese's code. And since I'm not that familiar with Python, it takes me a bit to get used to it. And meanwhile, we've just been chatting. But yeah. Prismit said it went well. Took a long time for me. I misread the task. Same here. Like I think the first problem that I had, let's switch back to the proper day. I forgot to do the actual merging of groups. So I had a check to see if I processed it already, and then I just skipped it. But I didn't realize, oh yeah, when you link them up, they have to merge groups. So I add something to merge groups, and I think that was the biggest issue that I had to overcome for part one. And then for part two, I still need to clean this up because I do all of the work in part one basically. I just had to make sure that I check that I assigned all of them, and then it's the one already there. Plusman said, but we optimize it in the end so it ran under 50 milliseconds. Oh, that's nice. I don't know. I have lots of write lines in here. What I can do is run a bench meanwhile. Oh, I broke something. Did I even commit, actually? Let me just, day 8, part 2. Let me commit before I start doing stuff. Let's see. Steve says, the main thing when doing a union is to compress the chain of parents when you find the element of technique called path compression. That way, the second time you look up a parent for some element, it instantly at the ultimate parent. So no traversal cost. There's another technique called union by size and rank that technically increases the big O time complexity, but in practice, the memory and bookkeeping make it slower. Okay. Caveat on an M4 Pro. Okay. Let me comment out some of the write lines here, and I can run a bench to see how fast it runs. I have so much code in here. Boom, 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 boom. I think that's all of them. Sure. And then I can go to my bench program and just run day 8. Switch this to release. It's not the smoothest experience to run the to run the test, but it should work. Type of names is day 8. Sure, okay. Debug. Run without debugging. Oh. I still always leave the part 1 and part 2 right lines on it, so let me just keep it there. Ninth Prime says hi. Hi, welcome. Nice of you to come along with plus mid. So while this runs, let's look at the Python solution. I think we just covered this one. Let's look at the next one. Did I drop the Discord link, by the way? I think I did, right? Yeah, okay. So if you want to, feel free to paste your link in here. No malware, please. And then we'll take a look at the code. Smab is up next, and he said he refactored his code to annoy everybody who loves C#. Amate says those write lines will really slow things down. Yeah, a bit, but especially for running it, not so much for the benchmark part, I think, but it does slow it down a bit. But it feels very unfair to have no visual output there. I should probably remove it and have a different way there, but yeah. Steve says the right lines are throwing off your results by orders of magnitude. Okay. I'll figure something out and I'll change it in the end. No, it's part of the benchmark. That's why it's spitting it out. So Julius says mine turned out terrible. I'm embarrassed to send it. Have you seen my code? It's like if you compare it to the Python one, that's basically fits on one screen. Mine is like 40 pages long. But if you don't want to, you don't have to. But feel free to share, and I'll look at it anyway and say all sorts of mean things about it. So, nah, okay. Let's see. Smab is doing. He's also always has parsers here. Amate says, "Wait till you see mine." Okay. At least I have you guys here to explain, but it will be fine. Blovey says we need to rewrite console output to Vulkan, maybe. Yeah. Or like a WebSocket, so I can just fire and forget. Thanks for the follow, Sbaldaso. Did I say that right? Oh, another raider. Hi. Proxy, welcome. Nice. All the raiders today. We just finished Advent of Code day 8, and we're looking at what other people did in the code. Plusmed said, damn, my push doesn't work. Need to set up the right public key first. At least you're not streaming anymore, so you don't have to worry about leaking anything sensitive right now. Hey Dusky, Elf Dev, welcome. I also did the A in the dumbest way possible. I just finished. I think I can throw up my code. No. GitHub.com. I think if you want to see what I did today while I review other people, this was the code for today. I copy-pasted part 1 into part 2 and haven't refactored yet, so take that into account. Basically, my part 2 is the same as part 1, except I have this one in here, and this one also doesn't need to be there. This one doesn't need to be there. So I forgot this. In the benchmark, it does like the whole annoying calculating stuff every loop that's not needed. So even with all of that in there, it does part 1 in 2 milliseconds and part 1 in 2 milliseconds, part 2 in 18. So I can probably get this down to very low numbers. Hey Proxy, welcome and thanks for the raid. I really appreciate it. I just shared it, but if you want to show what you did, I have a Discord where people can share their code, and I'm in the process of going over what everybody else did for today. So feel free to share if you want as well. We're looking at SMAP UK's code right now. And he says, I could simplify my code if I set up the individual circuits first. I missed that. Okay. Yeah, I code in C# myself. I've programmed in lots of languages, but C# is my favorite. Don't hold it against me, please. Let's see, Desky says, that's pretty fast. I saw some C++ people talking about 90 milliseconds for part 2 stuff. Yeah. I think Steve considers anything above a millisecond a shame. So he just measures in nanoseconds. So we'll get to his code in a bit. There are some things that you can do to be, yeah. See, that's what I mean. Steve is the optimizer guy. He will always squeeze every little bit of performance out of every solution. 9 Prime says it's hard to compare timing if you don't have the same hardware. Yeah, that's true. But it gives you like a realm of... it gives you an indication. Let's see. Sorry. SMAP doesn't want to be associated with my code, clearly. No, I'm just joking. Let's see. SMAP, attempt number 7 to look at your code. Let's go. You parse the junction boxes, get all the combinations, and I'm distracted again. Proxy said I managed to make it run in less than 20 microseconds. There you go. Kohani says, in reality, most code is stuck waiting on I.O. anyways. Blowfish says, as a warning, I've put up the version that worked first, no optimized code. Hey, I'm the same, I haven't refactored yet. Proxy says, the function is a single line and it contains return. Okay, let's see. Combinations, that's also... having something like this is really useful. It just saves you so much time if you don't have to write it every time. Did you have that? Yeah, I think you had that already, right? Did you have the Euclidean distance as well? Or did you write that today? Let's see. Wait, did you use that as a key? Okay. It's at the bottom of the file. Yeah. I'm surprised you used the distance as the key. What if you had a collision there? Let's see, sort distance, order by key, sure. I mean, the odds are smaller than with a normal Manhattan distance thing, but Steve says, every time you calculate a square root to compare two distances, you get in that. Yeah. I actually used to own a t-shirt that said, like, every time you download music, God kills a kitten. Like, I had all sorts of, not even Norton can protect you, like 90s t-shirts. Plusmid said, uploaded it directly to Discord. That also works. Nice. I will get to it in a bit. It might be a while because I'm not making much progress. Smap says the problem is worded such that you are taking in order, so they must be different. Sure. Well, yeah, sure. 9 Prime says, I mean, 5 years of difference easily gives you 10x execution speed, including RAM frequency. Sure. Thanks for the follow. Plusmid, thanks for the follow. RAM technology, and then there's still the question, did you pay for the CPU that can burst up to almost 6 gigahertz, or does it stick to 3? Yeah, sure. But like, there's like orders of magnitude. Usually you can glean a little bit of how performant it is. But sure, if you want to have good comparison, you need to run it on the same hardware. So, yep. Let's see, sorted distance, junction boxes, distances, sorted distance. Okay. Number of pairs. Circuit is connect circuits. Oh man, this deep nesting. You never hear me talk about it when I do it, but Steve says my CPU can burst up to utmost 2 gigahertz, so take that. But that doesn't matter if the IPC is really great, right? It's what you can do in a tick, not how fast the tick runs. Smash it, that's why I break the conventions, okay. Let's see. So the connect circuits you pass in the type because it's a generic function. You could probably just have this automatically gleaned from what you pass in it, no? Usually C# can be smart enough that you don't even have to specify the types here and just base it off of what you put into it. Current circuits per process. Okay. I will have to read more to understand. Ordered circuits, select count or by descending. Sure. Oh, I have a connection timeout on the chat, I think. Oh, wow. It said like, okay, I can show this here. It actually said like, welcome back to the chat room. It just disconnected my chat. I think everything is still fine. Let's see. Yes, but I return different types in the two parts. A big no. Ping. Yeah. Software in 2025. What can we say? Yes. Unless I bundled them up in a return type class. Plusmet said I did that during my stream. It did that during my stream as well. Missed a few messages. That's always. I had that with subscriptions actually. I learned that unless somebody, and I don't know if that's a new change or not, or that or something else. When somebody subs and they don't press the show button, it doesn't even register in your activity feed. Because I was going to my analytics and I saw like a spike for the income. I was like, it showed a subscription and a Prime. I was like, I can't even remember getting a notification for that. And I looked to the activity feed, and then Nineberry, which was one of the subs, he clicked the show button, and then it showed. And he said, like, I did that 2 days ago, and then only then did it register in like the activity feed, etc. So it seems like if people don't want you to know, they can just sub, and you don't get a notification. So I was like, oh no, did I forgot to thank somebody? But yeah, I think that's something that changed recently. I only stream every December, so I'm not fully up to date on everything that changes. But missing something, I know. I have that on YouTube. Plusmet said, oh no, where does all that money come from? What do you mean? Like as a response to that, yeah. I had that when somebody chats in YouTube, because 99% of the chat comes from Twitch. It's not that much, but it's really appreciated. But yeah, I have that on YouTube. I have a few people that watch on YouTube. Most people watch on Twitch. So sometimes I'm so focused on the changes that happen on the Twitch chat that I don't see the YouTube. And it's like, oh, somebody chatted 20 minutes ago. And that's always a bit of a feel bad. But yeah, I try. So let's go back to SMAP's code. See, at this rate, it will be a 20-hour stream anyways. So part 1, number of pairs, get around there, circuits, connected circuits. This was the monstrosity that SMAP was proud of. Nah, I'm just joking. Ordered circuits, order by descending. Okay, it just, yeah. It was Steve, I think, that reminded me yesterday of the aggregate function. Like, you use a lot of linked things. Is there a reason why you, why you did it like this and not use the aggregate function? Just to optimize for speed, or is there a particular reason? Just curious, no judgment. Let's see, connected circuits. Okay, so this is a filter type. SMAP says, I think it reads better in this case as there are only 3. Okay. Yeah, it's... my code is still so messy. I need to clean it up. Yeah, this... It's certainly at a glance, this is way easier to spot what's happening. I have to agree on that. And I had, it's also partly because of this. I added this because when I was testing at the beginning, I just let it run for everything, and then you could see the numbers just go to 0, because there will be a point when you go below 2 unique sets, and then so I added this in there to make sure that it's, because I don't treat every one of them, I don't set it up like the text says, that every one of them is already in a group of 1, because it's like, it's not needed really. But it did mean that I had to add this if I just wanted to simulate the whole range there. But yeah. Tangents, sorry. Let's see. Connected circuits. So you feed in a function that takes in a list of hash set, a number, and it returns a bool. Let's see. Steve says doing multiple enumeration allocations to multiply 3 integers would result. Sorry, Steve. Mea culpa. I'm not worthy. No. Not found. Well, we shouldn't stop. First, second distances per processed. First circuit index. This is probably something you can optimize further, if you were looking for that. Because these were... Yeah, probably. But you would have to have another tracking set there. But in the end, it runs quicker than a blink of an eye, so who cares? First, second circuit, found, not found. This is actually fun. Like this is like the logic break here for the cases is quite fun, that you can see like, okay, this is the one where they're not found. I like this. Like from a logic standpoint, it's very easy to follow what happens here. Nice. Smap said I could use a couple of the switch cases if I preloaded the circuits. Sure. First not equals union with remove that. Yeah, sure. Basically the merging in the same way. Yeah, okay. It wasn't that bad. It's just like when you see the like this here. Did you try if you could remove the type definition and just have it infer from the things that you pass? It can be iffy maybe with the functions if they're not properly typed. No, you set this up here. I think you should be able to remove this part so that it doesn't become so intimidating. Steve says blinks of eyes are extremely slow, not nearly high enough to hit inquest rate for our sampling needs. I'm not familiar with that one. Swap says it's a return statement that breaks things on the connected circuits because I return different. Okay. But since you have the assignment here, shouldn't it be able to infer the type from this, this, and this? Or will I'm not sure if C# only looks at the parameters for the type in inference. I use it a lot for like my helper when I have my as things, these monstrosities, right? This one. If I would have to type all of these out, it would become even more uglier. So I need to make sure that I define the result type here and everything in there is properly typed, and then I can skip the whole type definition for the calling stuff. Let's see, not enough to do the conversion. That sucks. Oh well. Let's see. Smap, look here. Oh, what did he do? Let me text Luke. Yeah, code link length Neat. Come on. So, I'm not sure if he's back yet, but he might fix it. Let's see. Smap says only works if all passwords are in the same type T. Is there a comma in there? Oh man. What a beginner mistake, and good of you to catch it. Yep, Dorlik says there's a comma. Thanks for spotting it. Let me drop this into, get this off the screen. I can just drop it in program here so that we can read it with syntax highlighting. Format document. Outlining. Is it Control KD? Yeah, okay. Let's see. Input test doesn't exist in the current context. Okay. Fine. Let's see. Number of connections. Sure. Power cells. Power cells? I was flashing back to the battery thing. Let's see. Like I said, but who types URL by hand when sharing? Well, Luc does, clearly. Last Friday, I had a customer that I moved from MailChimp to my own solution that I'm building. And I was sending like thousands of emails to his whole customer list. And I also found like emails in there still with commas instead of periods. So it's a occurrence that happens more than once. Let's see. Part 1. Part 2 before part 1. Okay, let's see. Part 1. Connections. A list of log. Sure. For each key, gave me in distance, dist cache. Where is that built up? Okay, parse input. Let's read this in order. For each line, sure. Okay, this is all of the power cells. Let's see. That's the downside of when you have value tuples, but they're implicit. They just do like item 1. I always try to name them so that they, like if you do A and B, it becomes a little more readable than item 1, item 2, but it's fine. Dusky Owl says, that was in reply to who types out the links. Yeah. Boom. Let's see. Clusters.any. Where were the clusters defined? That's the new list of, okay. So it sees, it checks if it's already part of something. Okay, sure. If it's not already added, it creates a new one. And then merge. This tries to find anything that overlaps in those clusters, and then he combines them. Okay, it's a bit tough to read, but I can still follow it. So this is the merge stuff. Keeps merging till there's nothing left to merge. Then it orders it by count. Sure. Did he do something for count distance? Okay, he skipped the square root because it wasn't needed. Okay, is he the first one that does it? I think so, right? So far we've all seen the square root ones. No, I don't remember if SMAP did it. Did you have the square root in there? Part 2, what does part 2 do for each? Yeah, just keep connecting till we connected all of them, and then we have the one there. Okay. Dasky said, I did that without square root, the only optimization I could think of. Okay. Okay, so this was Luke's code. This needs to go back to day 8, not that it matters too much. Boom. You have a typo in your link chat. Boom. And the notifications is Luke answering. Well, let me just tell him, yep. So I know Luke in real life. We used to work together and are still close friends, so that's why I have him on WhatsApp. Let's see. Steve, that I definitely didn't do any floating point. Daskiel said I did that without square root only. Oh yeah, sure. Sorry. Let's see. That was Luke. And we had a little bit of chat. Like it has happened twice where my chat has said, or the people in Discord have said, "Oh, today was an easy day. I wonder when the difficulty will ramp up." And then I do it and get stuck and have a 4-hour stream. So yeah. So that was a bit what I was joking about. Let's see. Martin also had a bit of issues today. It's probably the reading comprehension thing, because normally they're pretty strong with the coding. So let's see, take a nap. This is what about the income. Let's see, calculate the distance between all the point first, store that as a list. Sure. Must admit I really struggled today. Graph theory is not my thing at all. I only know the basics, but I got there. Ah, okay, all the Kruskal thing. Okay. Yeah, like this stuff. Ah, this is better written. Ah, I like this way more than the, like when I see the Wikipedia and I see all the formulas, I just get completely lost and my eyes glaze over. Marta said, indeed, understanding the text issue when I got ChatGPT to translate the problem to Polish, it clicked. Ah, okay. I can't say that it was a comprehension. Well, I just didn't do it. How do I have? I don't even know how to word it. English words, no. It was the reading comprehension was a me issue in this case. Once you understand what it needs to do, it should be clear. But I forgot stuff like merging the groups, which was an obvious gotcha there. Let's see. You'll see then just a little bit quite heavy modified version of the code of that link. Okay. Let's see. Let me mute so that you don't hear the WhatsApp notifications. Let's see. Parse all the lines, part split, boxes add, parse. Sure, this is just the input parsing. Solve UF for boxes 100. Okay. A cold cappuccino. Let's see. Edges, Dij. Okay. Huh. N times n minus 1 divided by 2. Okay. So then in 2 dimensions, for some reason, n is the amount of things there. Okay. Factor 3 to distance squared. Okay. That sounds like the thing that we did. Hey, how are we going? We did fine. We finished the code. It was fairly straightforward in the end. The thing that I didn't know was I didn't have the Euclidean distance. I've never done that, so there was a link in the article, and I managed to write that one as well. Maisie said, I'm sorry this afternoon I was shopping and I couldn't be here. No worries, there's no obligation to be here, and I'm really happy every time people show up. It's like heartwarming to hear everybody that looks forward to the streams and enjoys it. So never say sorry for not being here. Everybody has lives. I can't even commit to a fixed schedule of when I will stream. So yeah, there's no need for that at all. I'm really happy just to have you here. So yeah, so I leaned heavily on some of the stuff that I did before, so just to save me a bunch of time. I already had location 3D because I thought that we would have to do some math with it. So I already have like operators to deal with it. I'd like to enjoy your company and thanks, really appreciate it. So like the parsing of the input was fairly trivial because it was already there as a data structure. I already had code to get permutations, or in this case, unique combinations. I have a Boolean that lets me pick if I want permutations, which is just the unique ways to combine stuff. Or no, not the unique ways, the actual permutations, or if I just want the unique combinations. In this case, we just want the unique combinations. And then I used the Euclidean distance function that I did as an extension, and then you sort it, and then most of the stuff is already done. The biggest challenge came for me, and the code is still a bit messy, and there's a lot of stuff here that shouldn't be here anymore, but I'll clean that up later. After that, what I forgot was this stuff to merge groups. First, I did it over and over again, which I shouldn't have. And then I was like, oh yeah, I still need to merge it. And once I got to that, it all clicked and it was okay. And then part 2 was fairly trivial. I just copy pasted the part 1 code and I checked when I hit this, and I still need to remove just this because it makes no sense to do that every time. And once we've satisfied, like we assigned a group to every one of the connections that exist, then we know and we can calculate the end. And yeah, that's it. Right now we're going through everybody else's code that's submitted to the Discord. And this was a Krushkow, I think, was the algorithm. And I'm reading it now, trying to understand it a bit, but it seems very foreign to me still. So let's see. Actually, this one is just enumerate the boxes is the one that like the list of 3D spaces. So that is that, and this is just like a zip. So it takes that index plus 1, just goes through it, and this one skipped the last. This one includes the last, so it will be. It will, yes, sorry, never mind. This is actually the permutation thing. Never mind. Edges at sort. It's like, it's amazing that I was looking at this so long without even realizing what it was doing. And that's because I didn't wrote it this time. But yeah. Parent rank, let's see. This one will initialize everyone. So this is the stuff that I didn't do. I didn't assign a group for every entry just because they were solo. I skipped that part because I thought it's not needed. Oops, let's see. If parent x is not equal to x. Okay, so if it's added to a different group. Okay, wait. So it starts by initializing every one of these. So parent I equals I. So here, parent I not equal to I. And then it does find parent I. So if it's not part of the same group as it started out anymore, it recursively calls, wait, what? I don't understand this at all. Like if you pass in like parent gets initialized with the same version as that you put in there. So it starts out where parent x equals x, right? So if you enter x in here, and then never mind. Okay, this one switches it to the other one. Sure. But why is the thing that's not clicking for me right now? But so if this x is 2, but parent this is 3, then it will call itself with 3, and then it will assign it. Oh yeah, that will. Interesting. I'm not sure why this construction is like this, but I'll just move on for now. Union, A and B, it's okay, they're not the same. Sure, based on which one is lower. If I parent A is B, okay. Else, okay. Yeah. Max 3 is max 2, max 2 is max 1, max 1 is V. Okay. I'm having a bit of trouble comprehending this, but that's just maybe because this is that algorithm thing, or maybe it's just me. But yeah, I guess I'll move on from here. If somebody has a comment, feel free to let me know. But I didn't quite understand it, to be honest. Let's see. Today's problem is probably harder than previous ones this year. I think for me the main problem is that there's one part in the calculation that I don't think can be made faster. Also looking forward to watch the stream today when I saw the end of your last stream yesterday evening. Okay. I hope you're here, G, 12345. Otherwise you've missed it again. But yeah, like I said, it's really hard for me to keep a streaming schedule, so sorry for that. Oh yeah, call back to all the streams that are archived on YouTube. Boom, 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 boom. The part where I have to calculate things for all pairs of points, it's probably a lot of pairs and I don't think, okay. Time for ugly F sharp. No, I don't, I actually like how the F sharp looks. Interesting one. Yeah, I didn't know how to do it. Okay. Interesting one today. I misread part 1 and almost was solving part 2. So after realizing matter completely. Okay. Let's see. You have an ID and an XYZ. So is this the group ID thing that it belongs to? Let's see, parse content, ID is I, so it's just the index. It starts out with their own index there. Sure. Euclidean distance squared. Sure. Also not the square root to save time because it's not needed. Numpairs a process, direct find. Oh, this is the same construction that I just saw before. Right. Yes. Yeah, same logic almost. But I was having trouble understanding what the thing is. That this is probably like the merging of or like connecting them to the group, right? But would this, in my head, I was like, how many times would this fire? If this just once, would this fire more than once? No, right? It would fire like only once because it would be the same, or it would recurse once and then have it, right? Or would it be able to chain more than once? No, I don't think so, right? Union XY risk have a 0. If they're not the same, sure. All pairs, let's see. Yes, you have basically a parent node initially for each node, and when you merge two groups, they share the same parent. Blowfish Guru say, looks recursive to me until it finds a parent. Now it actually updates. This thing is an assignment, like the other one. So basically what it does is when the thing you're looking for has a different parent, then it will connect it to that one. Basically, so I think it only runs, this part only runs once, because then they will be equal, I think, if I get it correctly. This is yeah. Sorry about distance. Numbers to process. Circuit sizes, iron boxes length. That is fine. Wait, what does this do? Circuit sizes is this for iron boxes length -1. So just go to all of them. Okay, this just counts how many of them are in there. Sure, and then you sort them descending, then you take 3, and then sure, okay, makes sense. It's not efficient, but I'm too lazy. It's fine, don't worry. I remember me. I copied my full part 1 code and just added a line in there. So there's always there's always worse ways to do stuff. This is the same. This is all the same. This is all the same. Because basically this should run just till we have the count. Process it until only 1. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, nice. Boom, 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 boom. You don't have to reduce, and you don't have to calculate the actual distances. If you do, blah, each comma you have enough in it. Only about 500,000 brackets, so not that much data. Calculates fairly quickly. Okay. Amate, let's see. Dusky Elf Dev says, it can't get worse than my solution for today. But okay, here goes. I don't know if it's C# anymore. Maybe you've written VB.net and you had like an emitter in there or something else. Let's see. Partial solver, the point, sure. Distance squared, the same with that. Yeah, sure. I comparable. Nice, you can have the hash set function. Okay, we have all these, sure. The only thing that I would say, do you have actually? Oh, you have compare to, sure. Now, what I was going to say is, like, if you declare it as a record, it will do the like the compare to stuff based on the values of these, I think. Martin says that's the way required for memory util sort. Ah, true, sure. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. If you make those records, it creates all of those interfaces for you. Yeah. Then just override the bits you need. Yes. Let's see. Solve part 1. Create file W. Window, I mean, I assume. Int pointers, okay. Records are value types. Yes, they're not reference types. make it a record struct, okay? Pom 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 pom. Int pair limits, stack memory, handles, invalid handle value to create file failed. Get file size. This reads like C++ code. No, this reads a bit like Windows API code. At least whenever I had to do like C++ interrupt stuff or C interrupt stuff, let's see, read only span file buffer stacking, sure use memory. Okay, total read is 0. Okay, total read, how many boxes you can count, allocate boxes. And yes, I use Win32 API because of Steve. He said he was timing file layer operations with his benchmark. So I said, okay, why not? But that's the only way I found to still not allocate anything on heap. Okay. This map adds records behave like value type, very useful and immutable if you build them properly. Yes. Boxes for file count, max pairs. Was this for testing things? Create. Or was this to, like when you had it on 10K? No. See, Baldinger said, bro, I'm developing a finance tracker app for my university as end-year major project. The fact is that I don't know anything about how to make an app like that. I already use Gemini to guide me in the development. You think that's harmful for my mind or programming skills? What I would suggest is whenever you take code from somewhere else that you didn't write yourself, to never use that one-on-one explicitly. You can take it, but make sure that you rewrite it and refactor it so that you actually understand what's going on. So whatever I would like to do, what I would do is if I, in the old days, when I would look something up and maybe go to Stack Overflow, see some code, I would paste it in my stuff. I would then start to read it, understand it, and change it to be my coding conventions. This is the way how I would name stuff, how I would indent stuff, how I would set up stuff. And then I would, like, if there's inline literals, I would move them to constants. And by working with that code that you take from somewhere else, you start to comprehend it and make it your own. And if you do stuff like that, it's not too bad to take code from elsewhere, but if you treat it like a black box, yeah, you won't get further by doing that. So it may seem like a quick way of getting somewhere, but it will hurt you in the end. So it's not bad to take code and stuff from other places, as long as you make sure that you fully understand what it does and make it your own, if that helps. But yeah, it can be daunting task like that. But if you break everything down into the components that you need to do, it should be very doable. What I usually would do is focus on the function first, and there's others that would focus on how it would look first. Both approaches are fine. Like when you present to somebody, a first impression is important. So if you start with making it look good, at least that's the first win. But I always try to focus on making sure that it does what it needs to do. Pavilion says the thing is like I tell you before, I left a while from programming and now I'm disoriented about how to write my own code. I think I'm cooked up. Nah, if you just stick with it, it will be fine. But maybe depending on what kind of app it would be, if it's a web app or an Android app, maybe get just the simplest version of that app working, seeing it, and start to edit things so you can see, okay, I changed this, this is what happens. and just move from there. If you start from a working thing, maybe it's best that you take that and just try to understand it all. But yeah, there are no shortcuts really to learning how to program. It just takes a lot of time and effort, and it will get better, but only if you put in the hours and if you like what you do. That's the most important. If you don't like the coding itself, it will be hell. That's the thing. You really have to enjoy it as well. If you don't enjoy it, programming is not a job I would get into. That's the only tough love I can give there. But if you enjoy the concept of coding, just stick with it, put in the time, make stuff, and keep going at it, and it will be fine, I'm sure of it. Let's see. Amata says, nope, I can't store all pairs, just 1K, otherwise it won't fit in memory. So the first 10K, 1K pairs are going in as normal, but then I must do manual bubble sorting. This is where my code is slow as hell, but again, memory constraint. Okay, at least with the way I was doing. Okay. Build pairs, these are just what we need, which is 1K pairs for life. Okay. New pair, best counts below pair limit, less than max allowed pair and buffer, just add new. Otherwise, okay. Yeah. That's an interesting approach. But it's fun when you set side goals for yourself, right? Side challenges. That's I'm not there yet. I'm still. When I get to a point where I breeze through all of Advent of Code in a year, I might do something like that. But I'm not at that level yet. But kudos to you, man. Adrian says the thing I like. I tell you before, I left from. Yeah. It's Amauri. Okay, sure. I'm developing both at the same time. I understand the concept, but land them into code. There's where I get caught. Thanks a lot, bro. I really appreciate it. Sorry for my bad vocabulary. No worries, no worries. Martin says thanks, but I'm still learning this stuff, at least here in C#. Yeah, sure, but you have like a vast bag of tricks and programming knowledge from other languages, and in the end, the language never really matters, right? Once you get some core concepts down, you can translate that into pretty much any language with a bit of time. So let's see, buffer full. So this is all just getting the pairs that we want to look at. Let's see. Parent size, so the parents, so the parents A, well, parents. Actually, C# for this, you can do CPU estimating in one line and link to the next. Yeah. I've told people that before, like, C# is a very versatile language and it runs on nearly anything, anywhere, any platform. There isn't much that I can think of that you couldn't do in C#. And I've done lots of weird stuff and deployed it in weird places. It's pretty cool. I remember it was early 2000s, I think, when Microsoft sponsored a small group to build a game in C# back when XNA was starting out. I think XNA launched back then, and they tried to showcase, because way back when .NET was starting and C# wasn't used a lot yet, it had people thought it was slow, right? Because there's a bit of overhead compared to running just C code. And especially for game dev back then, it was like everything was written in C++ mostly for extracting the most out of the hardware. And Microsoft was convinced that if you program it the right way, that C# is negligible in difference in performance to C++. So they hired a team of game devs to actually program a coding tutorial and a game and how to do it with XNA, and to showcase that like the performance, if you code it properly, is nearly indistinguishable, and there's barely any penalty for using it. And they had that on Cloud 9. Was it Channel 9 or Cloud 9? I think Channel 9, right? From Microsoft. Channel 9 Rocket. Microsoft XNA. I don't remember the game. Channel 9, yeah. I don't remember the game. Was it min space x? What was the game? It was pretty cool, and they released a bunch of source for it as well. I can't remember the name, but that was like a great eye-opener for lots of people that like, oh, okay, C# really is pretty cool, and you get lots of benefits from like rapid application development and memory safety, and that there wasn't a lot of penalty. So that was a really big jump for Microsoft development back then. Marta says, to be honest, those versions 1 and 1.1 were slow, but that was on CLR, not IL. Sure. But even then, there were like things to avoid or things to do that you could make it really perform very good. But yeah, .NET has come such a long way. Let's look at the code. If somebody remembers the name of that project, feel free to drop it in chat. It was fun. Boom, 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 boom. What were we looking at? Root, sorted pairs, while parent root not equal to root. Okay, how many times would this fire? Sorted pairs B, variable B, like the same thing here. Is this basically the grouping? Yeah. Okay. If they are the same, otherwise merge them, right? And this is a swap. B. Oh, yeah, this is so that you move it. Okay. So this is basically that you the same thing that I do with my merge to make sure that you do the least amount of work there. Okay. Okay, so this is the part 1 thing. Okay, I'm making some jumps in the logic, but I'm gonna move on to the next part. If there's any significant thing that you want me to look at, feel free to point it out. But I noticed that I'm getting a bit tired as well, and distracted all the time. So sorry. Let's see. I actually thought, by the way, of like having a way to of using the Discord to have like an audio chat. So if you wanted to talk about the code, you can just call in and talk on stream. So I might have to do that for tomorrow or something. see if I can figure that out, because I probably need to get a headset in here so that I don't get feedback from listening. Would you enjoy that? I think it might be fun. Don't you reuse the data there? Marta says you'd also need somebody who's not afraid of speaking to people. Yeah, no worries. I mean, it's not an obligation. Sometimes it's easier to have like a live audio chat with somebody instead of having to type everything out. So I totally understand if it's not for you. Like I enjoy this, putting myself on the screen and talking to you guys and doing this. I think it's really fun. But I also know that there are people that would absolutely hate doing this. But I can say that can improve my speak skills. I suck a little. Yeah, no worries. I'll try. I think I still have a headset at home. I'll bring it tomorrow. And maybe we can do that. So I'll invite people into I think I still have one for Valorant and Modern Warfare 2. I'll make another one and then we can chat it up while we review the code. If you guys behave, that is. Let's see. Basically, this one should just check while this one. Have you seen X distance? Okay. Why does this code feel totally different than part 1? That's interesting. Hunter said, did he get both or only the first one? I think they got both boxes, but what they did is, I think from this code is just connect all of them and then get the one that has the longest distance. And actually calculate that, where I just inferred it from it being the last one because it was already a sorted graph of distances, right? So what I did was just when you add the last one, you know that's the one you're looking for. But you basically just check every one of them if it's bigger than before. But I think that it's implied from being the last one that you connect. Minimum spanning tree. Okay, I will add this to my reading list. I have it here, and I will do that when I end the stream. Already nerd snipe. No, I click away. I'll check it later. Thanks. That this one? I only remember this part and not this part of the name. My bad. Okay. Let's look at the next one. Today was fun. C++. No min-max. Okay. But I use prim to build it. What's prim? A version of it. Okay. Convenient, but bloats. Oh yeah, I've seen it before. Sure. Const. Sure. Tuples. Oh man. Whenever I do smart contract stuff in C++, I get flashbacks from that. Dummy or throw? Okay. I usually throw if I think that it shouldn't happen. Prim and crucial to it. Okay. Marta's another way to build MSCs. Okay. Another link for me to add to the list. Add it. Let's see, direction of VEC. This one isn't needed, right? Unsquared exact length not needed, sure. This may be for the Kruskal and I think, okay. So maybe it's needed for that. Let's see, items to read have a position and a circuit ID. Explicit junction. And comma splitter. Okay, sure, yeah. This is still the file parsing, or not? Am I? String view. Let me see. I thought you did the parsing here before, because this one uses like a parse structure, and here it's not. Sorry. Okay, sorry. This. Okay, never mind. This is the parsing of a junction box. Sorry, I'm a bit slow today. Sorry. Because I read the name junction and I forgot that they were called junction box, and I thought it was like, is that the way to group them together? So, never mind me. Let's see, junction. This line in place back, sure. Example 20 limit 10 and puzzle 1000 limit 1000, sure. Okay, so based on it's a detection on what you feed it instead of setting a parameter, so it's nice. Direction started. Okay, junk size, current, direction, length, yeah. Just building all the lengths, sort by lengths, sure. And this was the unique combinations thing. Possible, sure. Copy both understand circuits. Place back circuit. This is basically the same as like the switch statement for SMAP, like if they are unassigned, if one is assigned, etc. And else they're both, nothing happens, different circuits, join, sure. The merging, if I use the camera flip, yeah, okay. Okay, result of part 1, I check some, okay, nice. Part 2 was easier than part 1. Yeah, once you've coded part 1, part 2 is fairly easy. That's the start of the stream. Let's see. Sarah? Did you join? Oh, we've got lots of people joining. Nice. Welcome everybody. Let's see. Did I skip over something? No. Here. Yes. Okay. Let's see. I'm reading the book Think Like a Programmer to get a basic problem solving. Do you know? No, I don't. The only programming books I've read are basically an introduction to C, to VisualBasic.net, and a C# thing, and then I got my Microsoft certificates and I read something for that, but the rest is all just internet and self-taught. Kahani is okay. Hi, thanks and welcome. Let's look at your code. Sorry you had to wait this long. I've been ranting and talking a lot. let's see. Count as 1,000, solve 0, solve. Okay, a unified function here. This is a crucial argument. Okay. Circuit A for A, B in pairs of junction. Is this a function in here? Did you add it? Okay, so that's the combination thing. Order by distance. You do it in here as well. You order it by this. Sure. Okay. Because you don't need that that's smart. You actually don't need the distance. You just pass it in there as the function to execute an order by, and then throw it away and never store it. So I like it. It's very clean like this. So this one is initialized with all the ones. And then you get them. If they don't match, you unit, sure, merge. Once you've done all of them. Okay. Return circuits, sure. You start for this one. You pass in 0. So if you pass in a number, it will give you until it's done that number. But if you pass in 0, it will just keep going until you've done them all. So okay, it's a little bit a little input trick here. So basically, this equals like a constant, like process all, and then yeah, I like it. It's very cleanly written. I like it. I like it. Boom. Let's see. This one is Stefan Roslin. Hunter says, can I ask what was there to add in the second part? What do you mean in here? So basically the logic that they have here is that they just process until they've processed this amount and then does the math for part 1. And for part 2, when they assigned every one of them, they take the axis. Can I ask what was there to add why they did it the second part? I think it's mostly down to how you solved the problem in part 1 that determines if your part 2 is difficult or not, or more work. Like if you look at Amartey, they did a whole different implementation where and lots of people just used the same logic but just continued until there was everything was assigned. So depending on how you solve your part 1 and how you decide to go about part 2, that can be extra work, right? Sometimes when you design something, people do something that you didn't account for. I'm not sure if he thought that nobody would do it the simple way, or we'll have to ask Eric. So yeah, Stefan Roslin. Let's see, in Rust. Not my forte, but I will try. If you're still here, feel free to comment and explain, because I will most certainly get stuck reading this. Let's see. We parse everything. So this is the input parsing, validation for if there is a parse or an input error. Adding stuff like this is really useful, by the way, like a bit of defensive programming, especially like the way I coded is, I download the file automatically from the server, so I don't do any manual copy pasting. If you do manual copy pasting of the inputs, one in every X times you'll make a small mistake that will mess up and stuff will not work right, and it can be a long time before you detect what is wrong. So having stuff in here that catches possible errors with the input can save you so much headache. So I always recommend doing stuff like this, like, okay, I assume that every entry here is 3 items when I split it, but just adding small stuff like this to assert your assumptions, to catch when something is wrong or when you didn't think about something, it can really help, especially when starting out and you still make lots of mistakes, or like me, where you've done it for most of your life and still make lots of mistakes. So yeah. Smap says, I still don't know where that period disappeared to in your input the other day. Me neither, but it might have just been a fluke. It might be in a cosmic ray, like from 2023 with the math there. Stuff can happen. Stuff can happen. So having checks and balances in your code is always a nice thing to have. So the construct, this is all parsing. Coordinate pair from to sure a dot magnitude. So they have a function for the magnitude that is x as f. Are they converted to float 64? Okay. I wonder why they have to do. Is this a Rust thing that they have to do this before they can do the math like this? Because, like for this, the power of 2 thing, it doesn't need it. I'm pretty sure you don't need it to square root something as well. So yeah, I was wondering about that. Oh, this is a helper. Oh, they made a whole. Oh, did they write this today? Let's see. Ah, they probably wrote this. Added Core 3D. Okay, that was a lot of code. Core 3D. Okay. Structs, sign, subtract, add. Nathaniel says, you can't change type like that in Rust, but you could just avoid the square root. Yeah. Yep. Hey, that's one of my, the C# guy. That was back when Fall Guys was a thing. So a few years ago, what I would do after Advent of Code is just play Fall Guys with some of the people in the stream, because most of the people watching there were from like indie game dev communities, etc. We would just play games together after we've done Advent of Code. So I just used the Fall Guy character and plopped the C# logo on his belly. So yeah, that's like, you can do all sorts of stuff on Twitch to add fun emotes. So that one, and then. But I like the AOC one. It's very topical. It's a nice glowing AOC in the center that I made. So yeah. But I'm getting distracted again, derailed. Yeah, so Nathaniel says, yeah, I have to explicitly change types even from i's. Yeah, I just thought like the square root will return some sort of floating point result, but it in my mind it should be able to accept like a long type, right? Like an I64 and then return an F64. I mean, I assume that the result type of a function doesn't need to match the input type there. It should be able to change that, right? Otherwise, you could never do a conversion. So that's why I was wondering, like, why is that because of the square root function only accepts F64? Nathaniel said it does, but you have to pass it a F64. You can't change I6 for the F64. Okay. So they just didn't write a square root function that accepts anything other than F64. So you have to do the conversion yourself there. Okay. Sorry. Okay, learned something new there. Let's see, where were we? Chord pair, chord cluster, contains merge logic. So you grow it. So this extend, what do you do with the other one? Doesn't it need to be cleared? Let me read a bit more. Unconnected is sure. This is new. Solution to part 1 is none. Enumerate. Okay. Okay. Unconnected remove from, unconnected remove to. Extend takes an iterator. I'm guessing the iterator consumes the type it's iterating over, and other was probably an intolerator. I never heard that word before. My wife is asking me how late I will be home again, because it's 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. already. So lately I've been just after dinner coming here and just streaming. So I will try to hurry it a bit up so that she's not home alone all evening. So sorry. Is it empty? This for part 2. This is for part 1 for the indexterity. Okay. Some take 3 maps. Okay, product. Yeah. I managed to read it a little bit. I think the more that I see it, the more that I will understand. Let's see, how not to write your code. Okay, let's see. Let's get educated. In C though, so. They redefined min and max functions. Isn't that... Yeah. They probably didn't want to include a header for that or something. It's fun. Point size, point next, parent size, data struct p1, p1, distance, dist push. Missing a bit here, but I'll just go over it right now. To these find root. All parents not here. Okay. So any now find inside. Okay. All the same, sure. Add to the one or otherwise do the other one. Other way around. Compare distance. There's a distance function there. I'm not familiar with format string ZU. Is that an undefined, an unsigned number? I actually didn't even look if there were negative numbers in there. Boom, 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 boom. Points. Two. This was the same thing that I thought about, but apparently because you square it, it's not needed to do the min, so you don't need to order them to make sure that you get positive numbers. That's what they did here, to make sure that they have all positive numbers before they square. But yeah, I already also didn't account for that, so this part isn't needed, so you don't need to do the min-max thing here. You can just do this right away, because the end result will always be positive. See, I learned something again today. Boom, boom, this is this union. I suppose in the edge of it, just process keep our edges purple. 1, okay. Did you square root the distance? That also doesn't matter, I think. I didn't look if they did it. No, exactly. They don't. So they did that optimization here. I did it because I just implemented it as a function so that it's there for when you want the exact thing. But yeah, we went over that a few times. The square root thing is not needed for this case, because it relative to each other, it doesn't matter. I think there was nothing else in here, right? Okay. This wasn't bad at all, so don't be so harsh on yourself. Totally not shady file, please run. Distance squared, sure. So I think over half of the people didn't do the square root to make sure, because it's not needed. So the thing is, for me, because it was a new thing to do, I didn't even reason about what it was doing. So I didn't even think about if it was needed or not. Martin says, normally in MathList, both functions are available, so you can add distance squared later when needed. Okay, yeah. I wonder why everything is like with dots. Is that something new on Discord? I see so many people with just a single letter with 10 dots. Yeah, hi. Do I need to update my Discord or something? Or is that some new convention that I wasn't... duh. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, streamer modus. Sorry. See, I'm a professional streamer. I know those things. Okay, let's see. Parse chord. Parse boxes. Circuits make. You were wondering where your dot went. Here it is. Yeah. There are all the extra dots. It's a dot day. Yeah. Let's see. Is it this? Sure. Update circuits. If update. Okay. I'm storing the circuit number aka index and use that. Okay. Sure. Wait, what? 24. Why doesn't it? Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, I think I need to actually download it. That's not useful. Let's not do this. yeah, I need to make sure that I shouldn't do that because there's lots of stuff there that is customer data, etc. So I use like another desktop and I do development on this machine, so I try to isolate all this stuff there. I should probably change that over. No, I was just looking for like this make thing here. If there, I was just trying because it's not a language that I program in a lot. I've done some Go, but it's been a few years. I was just trying to make sure that I didn't miss anything, like a function that does something. So, but no, I can see now here. It just assigns. It's like the initial. Every circuit is their own group thing. That's that part. I got it. The most important one is cut off. Can I open? I can do this. Okay, let me just go File, Open, Downloads. Why doesn't it show the Go file? Start. Okay, start.go. Plus midday 8. Okay, I got it here. No syntax highlighting, but let's see. Update circuits. We can zoom it in a bit. Let's see. Update circuits. Parse boxes. We saw this part. Buff.io, new scanner. Of course. Iterate distances. Okay. Let's see. Okay. This event A, B, and N. Okay. So this builds up. This is the unique pairing. It calculates a distance. So this is your list of all the combinations and the distance between them. Let's see. I work with indices into the list of junction boxes a lot. Okay. Then you sort them by distance, which is fine. And then exactly, yeah. Func for either ranges. If not yield AB, return. Okay. This convention I'm not familiar with. For discard and J in range dists. JA. It's one of the new Go iterators. Okay. So what does this part do, if you don't mind me asking? Define yield. Oh wait, it calls itself here. Never mind. Right? No. Look where the function is called. Func. Here. Okay. Iterate distances. I mean, okay. It's called a for range loop. Okay. I'm missing a bit of how this works, I'm afraid, but the rest of it looks fairly clean. But that's just me. I'm having a bit of trouble comprehending everything that's in here, but I got most of the parts, I think, and it's fairly clean. So every time I call the yield, it runs the content of the loop with the two parameters. Okay. Yeah, but the thing that I don't get is how. Okay. Mm. I'm like there is a wire missing for when for how the jumps run. So, but that's just a me problem right now. But thanks for sharing your code. The dumbest solution, Zig. Okay. Yeah. I always feel bad when I don't get stuff right away. So always know that it's not you, it's me. Um, and I'm really happy with you. Dusky Elf there says finally a Zig one. Okay, I'll just click this link as well, and I'll add it to my list of homework, which by now will become tomorrow's homework. Yeah, thanks for linking it. It's appreciated. Let's see. Distance squared is sure. 60 from super integer. Okay. Chunks and strings. Row count. Okay. Memory stuff. Ensure total capacity. Okay. First SIG I've seen this year. I don't think I've ever seen Zig myself. Let's see. Tokenized color. So I'm not familiar with the functions, but I can glean from this that this will just split out the lines. So while there are lines, and dump it in sort of an iterator for each line, split by comma, create a new vector 3, parse it out, and sure. So this is the parsing of the locations. Boom, last minute for let's see, iota, what? For group IDs, okay. Junctions that slice. Pulse item, pulse, okay. Make all the combinations. Get the distance. Min yet, last min. Okay. This is smaller than min yet, and this one min yet. Okay. Proof A is okay, no pairings yet, only one side, other side, and then we have the merge logic. It's lucky that like the most, the flow of the code is pretty much the same for most languages. Analyzer says time to start. We've already finished, but I'm going over the code of the other people. We're doing Advent of Code day 8, and this is everybody's solution. So welcome to the stream, but we're getting near the end, I'm afraid. Let's see. Replace color, map, hash map. I mean, for me. Okay. Haven't you done Advent of Code day 8 yet? Good luck on it. It's this one was pretty okay. Very doable. At least a day that I didn't struggle too much, but the comprehension of what the actual thing is that you need to do can be a bit tough. So I hope this isn't spoiling too much. Analyzer says I did day 1 through 7 though in C. Okay. We had a C solution just before. If you enjoy Advent of Code and you want, I'm not sure if the chat history still shows it. I'll just drop a Discord link one more time. If you want to share your code after you're done, it's probably not in time for me to look at it now, but we'll check it tomorrow maybe. You can see what everybody else has done and submit it there as well. So welcome to the AOC family. Let's see, where were we? Frequency map, circularities. I need to grow back a bit. Auto hash Francisco, insert capacity, sure, that's all housekeeping things. Enumerate them. Put assume capacity, okay. Dot 3. And then they, okay. This is probably also from running more than needed to debug stuff. There's like an early access for where you reduce to less entries than 3. I read the 8 and immediately thought about the ON log and algorithm for minimal distance between 2 points. I need to relearn that. Yeah. I've had to look up plenty of things so far, but I managed to do it without anything other than the Euclidean distance thing that I had to look up. Let's see. Here, part 2. I assume this will just be while true and until it's not anymore at the end, right? If all same is true. Yeah. Oh wait. Min A, min B. Oh, this is just, yeah, sure. This is just the local variable, so the last time it will get there. Sure. Okay. Zig is simple to read too. The only accomplishment of this code is that it runs on 10 seconds. And it's not that bad. It's not that bad. There's some overhead stuff that I just skipped over, like ensure total capacity and stuff. That's just some housekeeping for the language. But other than that, it reads very similar to a lot of the code. Like it's not part of any groups yet. Combine them. One is part of a group. The other one is part of the group. Check if you need to merge. It's basically the same logic as a whole lot of the other solutions. So nothing to be ashamed of or or to be down about. So no, it's fine. How do you get to Zig, by the way? What is the reason to program in Zig? I've never encountered it before, so I'm happy to hear a little bit about it before we round up, because I think we got to the end. Kudos on today's puzzle, by the way. I only caught the end of the stream, but saw you get both stars. Far better than I did. Ah, thanks. I had to go crying to Google. No worries. Still, once I saw the correct method, I understood it was fairly easy from then. But today was certainly a you don't know what you don't know day for me. But I learned something new, which is always nice. Yes. Yes, same. I've had those kinds of issues plenty of times before. Today wasn't that hard for me, except that I had issues understanding the problem, had a few bugs in there, but I was lucky to have chat in here to keep me on track and my nose pointed in the right direction. So that really helped for me getting to the solution in somewhat nice time. So I think we got to the end and we go try and spread the joy of AOC to somebody else and see if we can raid somebody. It's just that my browser, I have to look at the stream capture because my window is see-through. It's really struggling. It's so annoying. I need to reboot my machine. There's something taking up all the code, all the memory. It's really weird because I can see the capture on stream and it's perfect. So, bothering us. Thanks a lot for the stream. Really helpful for me and illuminating. I'm really happy that you guys enjoy it, and yeah, always happy to see to do the stream and have you guys here. So I'm just struggling to actually view. Let me just on a different screen look at the software and game development group and see if there's somebody we can stream, and that I need to remember to reboot my machine for next day because I always forget. Advent of AOC English. Anthony writes code. Let's see. Can I listen to that here? Oh, let's see. It's so annoying. I can't see what I'm doing. Anthony writes code, I think.
Voor maar 9,95.
And we got an ad. I'm sorry, everybody, but I really like to do a raid and spread the love around. So, Tiger Beetle is the reason for my music. Okay, I'll write it and I'll save it for later. Meanwhile, my PC is really dying, so that's fine. Let's do raid. I'll just do this before everything ends. Does that work? I don't even know for sure. It's so annoying. I wish you could see this, but like all my browser windows are black, so I can't see it here. So I can't even see the button. Let me see if there's something I can do from here. So, sorry for the technical difficulties, but I'm gonna try and do this from a different browser. Raid. Can I do this? Raid AOC. Otherwise, we just have to end the stream here because it's not working. So sorry for that. Yeah, G, I actually addressed the, I think raid Anthony writes codes. Can I try it? I actually called it out. Now it works. Okay. Thanks for standing by. Yeah, I addressed your comment in the chat, and then I noticed that you weren't there. So let's go and say hi to Anthony and spread some of the AOC joy. So I hope you had fun and hopefully see all of you tomorrow. So, bye bye.
Text. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, this is also a lazily initialized LRU cache, so that's another problem. Which I don't remember why it's done that way.